bringing together companies and hospitals, decision makers from all levels to come together under one roof. Trying to make things happen and take the business forward, take the industry forward. We have for those of you who are new to the summit, we have a highlights package of the previous edition, the 9th edition HealthCare 360 Summit, which I'd like to show you and to give you an idea of what to expect for the summit this morning and, of course, going forward. So I'd like to take a couple of minutes to show you highlights of the previous edition. Can I request the audio team to...
First of all, the experience, I think it was absolutely wonderful. Delighted to see the other panelists, to meet a lot of old friends, to meet some young friends, some new ones, share ideas, talk about a lot of ideas, look at a lot of things which are happening in Indian healthcare to the future. I found that this was a good platform to put across our views to the general public, to share ideas and to be with like-minded people. That's what got me here.
Yeah, it was nicely done. A wonderful event to collaborate with the mindset, all the expertise with all the people of the different domains, especially in the healthcare industry. We know that how the healthcare industry is booming up. We know how the investments are coming in, and we know what the future is lying in terms of growth in the healthcare segment. So it is important to collaborate all the expertise, the information that is available in the market segment through these powerful people, through these stalwarts, and that's where we help each other to grow, to get the advantage in our respective fields. Yeah.
I felt the conference overall was quite good. The content was very engaging, and it seemed like it was a focused group of people, individuals, professionals who were all related to healthcare in some aspect. So it was really nice because healthcare is a very interdisciplinary kind of a field where you borrow from different fields to make it work.
Ladies and gentlemen, one interesting point about that video was one of the delegates mentioning that various stalwarts of the business, of the industry, come together to share their knowledge, their experience, and their ideas with us and how we can move forward. And this edition is going to be no different. We have brought together industry veterans of the business to come together and share their experience and knowledge with us. And I have another short video to give you an idea of what to expect for the 10th edition, that is this summit, of the HealthCare 360 Summit. So please spare a minute to watch the highlights, or what to expect rather, for this edition. This is our keynote speaker, whom we will hear from in the next 1 minute or so. So in addition to the various topics of interest that we're going to witness during this conference session, I'd like to bring to your attention, on my right side, you will see the list of attending delegates that will be here with us today, as well as on my left side over here, the list of our partners who have with your patronage, we were able to put together this conference. As you saw, they have a number of industry titans, and without any further ado, I would like to introduce you to the first keynote speaker for the day to take our conference forward. The keynote address topic for this morning, ladies and gentlemen, is technology-friendly healthcare. You know, we talk a lot about technology and what's emerging, but how do we ensure that the technology is suitable and compatible for the healthcare businesses and models of today? And to discuss this very interesting topic and shed some light on this, I'd like to welcome on stage Dr. Rajiv Yeravdekar, who's the Provost Faculty of Medical Health Sciences at Symbiosis International University. With a round of applause, can you please help me welcome Dr. Rajiv on stage for the keynote address.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Pleasure to see and reconnect with Dr. Trivedi. We're meeting close to after a decade. Last we spoke a few years back. It's always sort of a homecoming for me to come to Aditya Birla because I do come here pretty frequently. I used to rather come. No, we used to speaking in large classrooms, so it's not much of a deal for me to be talking without the mic. But be that as it may be, Rekha ji and me, we've been interacting for quite a few years now, and we took a lot of interactions and guidance from them when we were setting up our own Symbiosis University Hospital and Research Center. So the topic with the organizers were discussing with me while talking. They said, "What would you like to speak on?" And I said, as a typical healthcare practitioner, I'm a gynecologist by training, we are tech wary instead of tech savvy. And many a times there's a block in our adopting technology for healthcare delivery. So typically what happens is that, then you have, I'll have to stand there for this to operate. This is, okay. So, when we talk about deployment of technology, A is adoption and B being tech savvy and C being comfortable utilizing it. And you got a live demo. And in subscription to this is the slide. It's typically, controversial or rather unconventional to set up a slide which talks of a controversial figure. And you all would be wondering why I'm showing Vijay Mallya. Way back in a decade back or 12 years back, 15 years back, this slide would have been very much in the news. The gentleman was very much in the news with a blue collar notice and so on and so forth. But why I'm showing the gentleman's photo, if at all we could use the word gentleman for this man, is the fact that he had made a statement at one of the very prestigious healthcare fora that healthcare and aviation have a lot of similarity regarding the adoption of technology, simulation and so many things. But if healthcare were to adopt technology the way aviation has utilized, there would be an air crash taking place every 1 minute. That was a statement here, audacious statement which we had made a few years back, and today we are seeing that despite having adopted technology, how we are reaping the benefits in the healthcare sector. So sometimes people do put their foot in their mouth, but because they are in the glamour world, and don't look at Deepika Padukone in the background, the lady who's kissing him is apparently Deepika Padukone. I just thought that this would be a good early morning wake up slide. Trivedi ji smile कर रहे हैं दीपिका का फोटो देख के, but I hope I can garner the same attention over the next few slides that I'm going to share with you. I plan to go the teacher in me prompts me to give you a synopsis of things which I'm going to cover. Some statistics about healthcare, the concept of mHealth, technology in healthcare by way of smart health, IoMT, blockchain, AI in healthcare, the applications of AI such in crowdfunding, technology in academics and research that is core to us, and finally what are the future projections, some questions left unanswered, including the concept of cyber security. I would probably be not following ethical principles in academics and research if I do not acknowledge on a public forum the support I got from my faculty in making this presentation, and Professor Ankit and Professor Kasturi Shukla are here, and I deeply appreciate the way they helped me in getting the slides, because generally We talk of plagiarism, of not giving the right acknowledgement to the people who helped, and usually it is given at the end of the session when people are gathering their mobile and their purses to move out. But I must acknowledge it. Thank you so much, Ankit and Kasturi, for having helped in this preparation. So technology, number of internet connections, internet penetrations, the mobile traffic data per use in India per device, and based on CAGR, the top 3 technology trends are AI and ML hogging the limelight, blockchain, and then IoMT. The funding in US, $1 million which we have received in the healthcare verticals, online pharmacy topping the list. Data breaches, a word of caution, and how cyber criminals have the ability and potential to penetrate into 93% of the company networks. Just a sample shot of how wellness and health apps are being utilized by Indians, and wellness apps are topping the list because the number of people adopting wellness apps, and I'm sure quite a few of this audience, amongst them my students of the MBA hospital healthcare management, would be the ones who would be tracking their wellness apps, their heart rate, their pulse, etc., etc. And this does not track the reason for the heart rate going up, whether it's sitting in class or being at a discotheque. Next. Telemedicine, we all are familiar, and just to get the teacher, the academic aspects of it. Should I operate it from there because this is not working? It talks about the definition, and the core in this definition is the criticality of distance being a factor, reaching out to the unreached, using information and IC technology for the diagnosis, treatment, prevention of disease, injuries, research and evaluation of healthcare professionals, all in the interest of advancing both individual as well as community health. Scope of services range from telediagnosis to telepathology to teleradiology to telesurgery, counseling, both again at an individual level as well as at a national and international level when we talk of surveillance and teleeducation and teleconferencing. National landscape, unfortunately telemedicine has not percolated the way it has done in many other countries. It is though overseen by the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Department of Information Technology, and supported by centers of excellence like ISRO. There's a national telemedicine portal for e-health projects, the NDHAI and the NEHA. The National Telemedicine Network for amongst medical colleges, which is very heartening for academicians like us because we utilize this a lot for conferencing between medical colleges, and the role of the private sector, whether it's Narayana Hrudayalaya, whether it's Arvinda Eye Care, and whether it's Amrita, all trying to leverage and harness the benefits of telemedicine in resourcing patients and patient database. But it is fraught with large challenges. The first and the foremost is, much as we sit in this August gathering in a city like Pune, there is a difference between a digital divide between Bharat and Hindustan, as they say, and bandwidth issues come out in a city, within the city, depending on the different zones, and between the rural and the urban. Primary gatekeeping function is not there, unlike the NHS in the UK, where you cannot access a specialist without primary care, and in India predominantly the telemedicine is restricted or restrained for use by primary healthcare providers. There is a challenge of getting data for EHR, and ultimately there are so many apps for telemedicine which prevents a user-friendly interface. What could be the solutions? Utilize more of ISRO's telemedicine network, which connects 45 remote and other areas. Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission offers a lot of technical support, and we are in the process of getting a lot of this at our own Symbiosis University Hospital and Research Center. And we could join international networks such as the SARC network, there's a Pan-African network, and many other networks which help us jump onto the global telemedicine scheme. The next concept of technology would be mHealth. I'm sure today's tech-savvy generation would be aware. But what exactly is mHealth? It is the use for medical and public health practices supported by medical devices, mobile devices such as mobile phones, patient monitoring devices, PARs, PDAs, and any other wireless devices. Obviously, the applications would be on a doctor consultation app. You consult a doctor on a mobile. It is for remote patient monitoring. It is also for special conditions like diabetes, blood pressure, and it also includes the wearable devices which are used for tracking and monitoring of disease conditions. Again, what is the national landscape in case of mHealth? This is a very interesting and landmark study conducted by Deloitte, which talks about the ability and the acceptance of M technology or M health by the consumers or by the clients. The openness of clients to share their health information, the acceptance to say that technology would be used as a resource for managing health, and the number of respondents who said that the increasing number of respondents who are adopting to M technology or M health as the years go from 2016 to 2022. Internationally, again, M health is much at a higher level as compared to India. Apple and Google, the IT giants, have committed the application programming interfaces, what we call as APIs, which would enable interoperability between the two in Android and the iPhones. The Kingdom of Bahrain, which is one of the most progressive Gulf countries in the GCC, is using GPS tracking electronic bracelets. It originated during the COVID time, but they have found out the applications beyond the COVID. And Jefferson Health Systems in the USA has laid a partnership with Lifelink for launching the chatbot across Lifelink's 14 locations in the Philadelphia. Obviously, like any other technology, mHealth is fraught with challenges in adopting and utilizing it. First is lack of awareness. People are not aware. We are sitting in an august audience here in a urban metropolitan scenario, but going back into the hinterland India, Bharat, the awareness is not as much about mHealth as what it is here. If there is awareness, there is a low adoption, and if there is awareness, there is adoption, but there is poor infrastructure. There is a fragmented, disorganized, I won't even say unorganized, it is a disorganized market. And finally, at times you have to resort to manual intervention because of the huge multitude of apps which are available which promote mHealth. What could be the solutions? Obviously, Start India initiative and the Digital India initiative is there to support and promote the development of mHealth. We are all familiar with the Arogya Setu app. There is the National Digital Health Mission propagated and promoted by none other than our Honorable Prime Minister, and the NEHA, which is the government agency that is responsible for developing and implementing e-health initiatives in India. Next point is, what is the concept of a smart health? We all talk about smart cities, smart hospitals, smart roads, and everything other than human beings are probably getting smarter. But smart health is a generic concept, and it essentially means the integration of patients and doctors onto a common platform for intelligent healthcare monitoring and by analyzing day-to-day human activities, surveying, monitoring, analyzing, and ultimately implementing or proposing to implement certain solutions. And it works on a very basic and a very interesting concept of P4 medicine, which talks about a preventive approach, a participatory approach which ensures better patient outcomes, a personalized approach, and ultimately which leads to predictive modeling in healthcare, and incorporates the utilization and assimilation of big data covering vitals, TPR, BP, etc. But not only that, the blood chemical levels as well as the other mental conditions of the patient. And what would be the levels of implementation of this smart health? It talks about providing emergency assistance when the patient is not necessarily in hospital surroundings. And just day before, there was this very interesting news article in the Times of India. I don't know whether some of you would have seen it. It talks about an Indian gentleman who has invented a spool for Parkinsonism patients. We can all understand and sympathize and empathize with how Parkinsonism patients find it difficult to do mundane routine chores like eating or buttoning their shirt or shaving, etc. And this gentleman has come out with a spoon especially developed for Parkinsonism patients. And the entire concept of an ambient assisted living, where the entire area is made safe from a patient perspective, which talks about sensors in the floor which prevent falls or predict falls, depending on the change in the pressure exerted by the foot on the floor, and so many other things which are used for monitoring of especially chronic debilitating illnesses. Autonomy enhancement, because the moment you have a participatory management from the patient and the doctor, the outcomes are better. And I'm sure as healthcare professionals, you are all familiar with the landmark Finnish study which evaluated a group of diabetic patients who were subjected to patient care, clinician dictated plan of treatment versus participatory management. by way of involving in lifestyle modifications, and the glycemic control was yards better in patients in groups where the patient were involved in the decision making process. And ultimately we have to look at the comfort of all stakeholders to ensure that smart health objectives are obtained. An integral part of this smart healthcare plan is the smart hospitals, and I am sure ABMH lives up to the definitions and the concepts enshrined in the smart hospital by the deployment of ICT environment, in fact which is the basic theme of this conference today, and the ability to harness technology for efficient patient care and improving healthcare outcomes depending on the deployment of technology. An integral part of ensuring smart hospitals deliver smart healthcare is the ability to adopt IoMT, Internet of Medical Things. And I was educated more recently by Ankit and Kasturi about what exactly is the IoMT. I thought it is some big jargon, and just this morning I was referring to a WhatsApp where there are two ladies, no discrimination, no gender bias, sorry, we talk about Chandrayaan, and they thought that Chandra is the man and the Yan is the lady, or vice versa, and how they are married, and whether Chandrayaan was a human being who landed on the moon, and there is a comparison between the Chandra and the Yan being a male who goes and just plants in the shopping mall, and the lady does all the shopping and the photography. In a lighter note, but IoMT is the use of mobile computing, medical sensors and cloud computing to monitor patients' vitals in real time, and the use of communication technologies to relay data to a cloud computing framework, which is obviously accessed by physicians to monitor, diagnose and treat patients effectively. It includes on-body devices, smartwatches, to which this young generation is more privy to, IoMT devices, which are the PERS, Personal Emergency Response Systems, and the IoMT devices which talk about a point of care devices, including kiosks. Blockchain is another thing which is coming up or has come up in a recent past. It is a the concept is using nodes, network of personal computers, which maintains, stores and records historical or transactional data. And again it is used for ensuring better patient outcomes through supply chain transparency, patient-centric EHR, medical staff credentialing and IoT security for remote monitoring. Now, each one of them is a topic on its own, but for brevity of time would not be able to dwell into each of these things, but each one of them essentially talks about the deployment of technology for ensuring smoother patient care and thereby ensuring better patient outcomes, both individually for the patient as well as at a community level. Then comes the favorite buzz topic of AI, artificial intelligence in healthcare, and it basically talks about machine learning systems that can be used to for a set of human defined objectives to make predictions, make recommendations or decisions based on data analysis, and ultimately ensuring better patient outcomes, having technology driven precision systems which will ensure that human errors are minimized if not eliminated. Obviously the AI share in India by industry, though we see that the implications and applications of AI in healthcare are huge, potential is huge, it does not come as much as it should be. AI in healthcare obviously has a huge set of applications, right from education, teaching, training, increasing the efficacy in healthcare diagnosis, serving as supports to the administrative staff, to the nursing staff, promoting lesser invasive surgeries, improving the doctor-patient communication, improving the user experience, supporting medical crowdfunding, and even preventing frauds in the insurance sector, and ultimately big data management, which facilitates algorithmic approaches and algorithmic flow charts being designed. Technology also comes to the support of academicians and researchers in academia and beyond industry. One important technology driven tool is the use of virtual reality, which is an approach to user computer generated interface which helps in real time simulation, and simulation is a standalone technology driven interface which is becoming a major part of healthcare education, and I am saying healthcare, not of medical education, because healthcare is beyond medical education alone. And today we talk about simulation, which touches on a very simple, very sensitive aspect of utilizing or ability to dispense of utilizing patients as guinea pigs. All the physicians sitting in this room, with due respect to their age, have been trained in hospitals which have utilized patients as guinea pigs. No longer will the medico-legal scenario or the patient or the human rights issues allow you to use the patients as guinea pigs anymore. And simulation here comes as a real support system, allowing us to harness and improve our skill sets and competencies, so that we are not only patient ready, but we are patient safe before we enter into delivering healthcare. And simulation relies heavily, is the backbone of all virtual reality techniques, which allows the group of learners to experience multiple sensory stimuli, not necessarily restricted to audiovisual aids alone. And obviously there is a difference between AR, VR and mixed reality, depending on the digital component and the real lifetime component, of which you would probably be aware of. Technology therefore comes to our rescue by way of medical training. We have the OSCEs. We can create a simulated environment where we can teach individuals, students about the different clinical scenarios. It comes in AI, it comes in the antimicrobial research, it comes in robotics. Robotics is very much a part of the deployment of technology to make precision-driven surgeries, wearable devices, adjunct therapies, which includes pain management, introducing the concept of sympathy and empathy, and creating real life situations. Say for example, you are talking about a post-traumatic stress syndrome in a patient. A simulated environment can be made without the person who's the caregiver wanting to get into the system and see the response, whether this individual is actually requiring some sort of a psychological support, being a sufferer of the post-traumatic stress disorder. And nanomedicine, nanotechnology and medical devices are deploying technology on an increasing basis, facilitating what we call research and development, and ultimately research and development fueling innovation and entrepreneurship, and ultimately entering into the entire complex cycle of improving healthcare delivery. A final word on cyber security, because that is something which is staring us at the space, where any technology measure or practice for preventing cyber attacks. See, everywhere you go there is security, and security, as I say, is a thankless job like insurance. Similarly, when you deploy technology and when you get into the cyber space, there are always cyber security issues, and these have to be addressed, because you are dependent not on a human interface, but you are dependent on technology, which has got potential ramifications. And as they said, everything is open to a threat, and the recent attack on the AIIMS New Delhi about a breach in the cyber security was a classical living example of how cyber security threats we are potentially sitting on a volcano, but these can be prevented if not eliminated by adopting specialized software, adopting a virtual private network VPN, and being aware that there is a concept called as cyber security. There is a concept that your privacy, your confidentiality can be breached, your data can be hacked, and being what they say forewarned is better than being sorry thereafter. At the end of this session, whether you're talking of blockchain, whether you're talking of IoMT, you're talking of artificial intelligence, you're talking about medical crowdfunding, utilizing AI technologies by use of online platforms, you're talking about telemedicine, you're talking about various aspects. There are certain issues which we have no answer. One is that emerging technologies are coming. Surgery on autopilot. Would you like to get operated on an autopilot? Ask yourself the question. Would you like to be a recipient? God forbid no one ends up in an organ transplant program, but would you like to be partnering in receiving engineered organs and edited genes, having the best of, if I were to use, Aishwarya Rai as your daughter, or having anyone as your as a Nobel laureate as your son, choosing your genes and trying to manufacturing your own progeny. The use of medi-drones which have replaced delivery systems. All these are frightening, staring issues which we need to look at. What are the implications of, replacing technology with the human interface? What happens to soft interfaces like attributes like sympathy, empathy, doctor-patient communication? See, today you want to buy a piece, some vegetables. You can go to the Reliance market or to any other market and pick it up, in well, sealed plastic bags also. But there is also pleasure in going to the market, going to the local vendor, picking up your dhania, picking up your aloo, picking up your pyaz, and all the onions look the same. But there is some sort of a pleasure in handling those onions and that fresh vegetables which come from the market. So everywhere technology is not the panacea, is my personal opinion. Of course, when it comes to patient interface, that should be uppermost in your mind. You may be seeing 100,000 patients, but for the patient who comes to you, he is seeing the doctor for the first time, and it is his health which he is outsourcing to you. What about the ethics in healthcare? What about the governance issues, and what is the accountability should anything go wrong? What happens to this data management system, the data colonialization which happens? Is there a monopoly of data with a particular system? So these are things which are left unanswered, and obviously the last point about confidentiality and privacy, which is open to the invasion by cyber security. You have seen what is happening in Israel now. Hamas Israel thought it for granted that it would never be attacked, and they never had a defense budget in that sense. But see what's happening. So I end up always with this slide, and this slide was given to me by Ankit. He insisted that I share what is the theory versus the reality, and I talked about Vijay Mallya in the first slide, which warned us that we cannot utilize AI, we cannot utilize technology in healthcare. We would be a disaster. So today we are staring at the Barbie world, everything good, everything pink, everything rosy. But there is the Oppenheimer world also of reality, where we are talking about potentially exploding a volcano. When Enrico Fermi first devised the atom bomb based on the concept of fusion, fission, etc., he never thought that it would be utilized for mankind destruction. So we are sitting probably at an inflection point. There is technology. Technology comes with its own distinct advantages, but it also has a potential double-edged weapon which can open up not a can of worms, a sea of snakes, which we need to address and accept. So there is always a good, bad side. We are not even referring to the best and the ugly sides of deployment of technology in healthcare, but as proactive professionals, and I always remember this very good statement which was made in one of the books which I referred to just before my exams for the MD. A volume comes called as Stud, which talks about recent advances in healthcare. And just before my MD exam, a statement was there, and by that time, the sulfas had been replaced by cephalosporins. This is in the late 80s or the early 90s. It said that never be the last person to adopt the newly introduced drug, and never be the first person also to adopt. Have a balanced view and see how the patient's responses stand to get affected. Thank you, and it has been wonderful interacting with you, and thank you to the organizers for having invited me and thought me worthwhile to address the audience. Thank you.
Do you have questions?
Yeah. Questions are welcome. I'm not sure whether I'll be able to answer, but all open.
Well, before we open the floor, we have space for one question. But before we come to the questions, we must thank you very much for sharing your knowledge with us. And it's a very timely reminder that technology. We talk so much about technology, but you're very right when you say that technology is not a panacea to all of our problems, and it's more important, especially for healthcare. It's more important to think about the ethics and the welfare of the patient rather than looking at technology as this big panacea of a solution. Thank you very much for highlighting that, and it's a very timely reminder. Do we have space for one question? Can we have one question? Yes, please. Can we get the microphone there, please?
Hello, sir. My name is Dr. Manish Rai, and I represent a hospital which is trying to get transformed into a modern hospital.
Smart hospital.
Yes, smart hospital. So from being a conservative hospital to getting a modern hospital, what should be the right step? Because all these words are coming that it should be accepted, it should be adopted, but what should be the first step to start?
I'm sitting in the same boat as what you are sitting. And I don't know where this boat is heading, but the first and the foremost thing is a mindset change. Probably people like me and probably people like you, sorry if I'm including you in my category, we are loath to adopting technology. Probably we have not been trained to deploy technology. See, we never had PowerPoint presentations also during, I'm sorry, you might be about 10 years younger to me,
Yes.
15 years younger to me, surely not more than that, whatever. Be that as it may be, see, we were never taught, please have a seat.
Yeah, thank you.
We were never taught even overhead projections. Slide shows and all these things came towards the end of my MD days. We were never taught about simulation. Can you expect me? I'm an excellent gynec surgeon. Today also not practicing for a lot. Sorry to be audacious to make that statement. Not practicing for the last 20 years. I still can give a run for money for a doctor who's being trained today. Because though I was not, these people are practicing today, they are not exposed to that much of actual patient care as what we were exposed during our residency days. But the flip side is that I was never taught simulation. And today's generation of medicos wants and must have simulation as a pedagogy of academic instruction. I may be an excellent surgeon, but because I have not been trained in the art and science of simulation, I can never teach them. But मराठीत एक म्हण आहे, माझ्या सासूंनी मला वाईट वागवलं म्हणून मी माझ्या सुनेला वाईट वागवावं का? नाही. त्रिवेदी आप समझ रहे हो ना what it means. But the fact is that my handicap should not be translated to the next generation of handicap, because what I am saying is that what we grew up or what we grow, and technology is changing by the day, so what you learn today becomes obsolete tomorrow. So what we grew up is now has to what was for us a may know competency or a can know competency is a must know competency for today's generation of professionals, especially when they're going to get going to be released into the market in years to come. And these students who represent the future of healthcare delivery, they have to adopt technology, understanding the pros and cons. So we should understand that we have to make the right avenues available to them. Include them as an academic, I could say include them as a part and pedagogy of their learning and their part of training, so that they will be ready for the healthcare challenges in years to come. I mean, that would be priority number 1, 2 and 3, a mindset change which we do not translate our handicap to the generation next which is going to come for years to come. I mean, that's my opinion. And obviously then ease of adopting technology, investment, management commitment, so on and so forth. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. So I think it would be fair to say, just to continue your boat analogy, we're all in the same boat. We don't know where we're going, but at least we're going to see a new horizon.
Inshallah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rajiv.
Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, our next interesting topic of discussion, of course, we've heard about technology and all the latest gizmos. And, when we think about technology, all of this is within the building of the hospital. But what about outside the building or the building itself? We all think about robust, strong materials, but I challenge you, and I bet that we've never heard of healthy materials. Yes, that's right, healthy, not robust, not strong, but healthy. So what is this healthy materials all about? Well, to shed some light on this, I'm pleased to welcome on stage our second keynote address speaker for this morning, Mr. Anand Swaminathan, who's the Director of Healthcare and Airports at ADM Design, to shed some light on what are these healthy materials and how we can implement this in our buildings. Please help me welcome on stage Mr. Anand Swaminathan.
Hi, morning everyone. So I'm happy to come and giving a presentation in this facility, because I was involved in this designing of this particular hospital way back in 2003, 20 years ago. So I was at the start of my early phase of my career, I was involved in designing of this hospital, and I'm happy to stand here and giving a presentation on the same, an architectural presentation about the healthy materials that is initially, or I can say emerging in the healthcare market, we can say about it. So little bit of an interactive session I would like to have it. By any chance, I understand we have engineers and architects plus the doctors also available in this auditorium. Does anyone know what do you mean by healthy materials? Yes, yes, she is partially correct, and that's how we are, we have to aim for it. I'll just brief upon in the subsequent slides what do you mean by that. I think the font, it's went for a toss. Yeah, so as we're talking about this house, what you see in the shape, like it's all belongs to the human parts of the body. So when you talk about the comfort level, wherever we are in part of the world, as the moment we get back to our home, we are getting into a comfort zone. So when we talk about the comfort zone, yes, the home comforts are no longer defined to home itself. We expect in offices or in the retail outlets or whenever we go in holiday accommodation. So as we see the buildings as such, we expect any buildings to be sustainable, green, no carbon emissions or nearly zero or consuming less energy. At the same time, all the materials that we deploy in the particular construction of that particular home or any buildings for that matter has to be longer durability. That's what we call as in high performance. So, is all these buildings materials are healthy for us? Let's see in the further slides. So when our buildings are healthy, so are we. That's true because we are the occupants of the building and we need to be also equally healthy in that. So people typically spend only 10 to 12% of our time in any given day in an open environment where only air is polluted. For example, the moment we get into a car, we don't want the windows to be down and we wanted to get into a comfort zone, switch on the AC because we want to be comfort for that matter. So obviously the remaining 90% of the time we spend in our house, in our office or in institutions or in any malls, and at last nobody wants to go to an hospital. Yes. During the later part of the days or depending on the type of lifestyle that we lead, we end up going to the hospitals. Okay, any building for that matter, whatever the building that has been listed here, are all this full of or built with the toxic chemicals. So it's the toxic chemicals emit a lot of toxic substances, which is what we call as a silent epidemic or slow killing. Maybe post the COVID, we are very much familiar with the word called pandemic. Most of us would have even forgotten the term called epidemic, but these materials are growing towards a silent epidemic or a silent killing for us. Yes, so where do we change? Let's see it in this. How do we change? So building products, whatever we deploy in the hospital buildings or any buildings for that material, are these materials healthy to the users? We as architects, maybe I'm an architect, I can talk about it. We as architects and engineers and builders, we know about the composition of the material or be the ingredients, what are the raw materials that has gone into that, the contents that has been used. Basically, these materials are chemically processed, coated, treated, as well bounded together to be deployed in the construction. So chemicals in these buildings, materials as such, emits invisible greenhouse gases and equally harmful even if it is let out into the atmospheric air. Typically, these chemicals that are used in the building products are never tested for the human health occupancy. Whether it is good, whether it is bad, or how long this has to be used, and post that we have to remove it off or strip it off, and then we have to go for the new material or any material that is safer for any occupants within that building. So, as Dr. Rajiv was talking about it, about the well-being of the occupancy in any building for that matter. So, healthy environments starts with the healthy choices on the building materials that we put it in the buildings. When we talk about the chemical composition, right from the concrete that we put into the foundation of any buildings till the last material that we enter in is the carpet, is full of hazardous ingredients. Even the manufacturers themselves are not sure about their compositions for that matter, whether it is healthy for the occupants. As such, healthy material, as she was slightly talk about it, that is biodegradable, yes, partially correct, which typically emits less of toxic substance or that typically don't emit toxic substances that are harmful. So at the same time, it has to be a well-being for the end users. So these are some of the agencies or organizations all across the world that rates or test these materials and give it a rating, yes, these are good, these are equally not harmful for any of the occupants. For example, Google, when they built their first campus in Hyderabad, they had their own separate, an agency, a testing organization we can talk about, Portico. It tests all the materials that are being used in their buildings. Unfortunately, in India, half of the materials failed. So, in their first campus in Hyderabad, they imported a lot of materials because they want to maintain a particular healthy standard materials for their occupants, whatever the building materials that have been used in that particular campus. They found it very hard. because India is a developing country and it still is not come under the list of developed countries. In other developed countries in the US as well in Europe, 90% of the materials pass through their tests in their particular, testing organization called Portico that is driven by Quartz. But in India, they miserably failed. But still, they imported a lot of materials to build that particular campus. So typically any material, what we talk about, we see what is the durability, how many years it can work with its full potential, or how many years, what is the durability and the longevity of the material. Then we see about the ergonomics and the injury prevention of the occupants. Then we think about the health and well-being. But in the developed countries, it is seen the other way around. First, they see the health and well-being for the occupants. Then they look out for the ergonomics and prevention of any injuries. Then they talk about the durability of the product or the life of the product, whatever has been used in the construction. So typically, any material and its toxic substances. Oh, this is a nice looking sofa. It's a vinyl upholstered one. It is less expensive, more durable, and vinyl fabric is easy for good, clean, everything. But typically a sofa of this size or whatever the size that you seen in the previous slide emits approximately 2 pounds of toxic substances or flame retardant chemicals. What do you mean by flame retardant chemicals? These are chemicals that are being used in any interior materials that basically delays or increases more time for the prevention or ignition of fire. These are primarily used in most of the interior materials, mostly in fabrics, wood as well in textiles. These flammable materials in our current life we are using, or the average users increases day by day. So typically plastics in building or in consumer products, basically they use a more amount of flame retardant chemicals. When it comes to the domestic market, we use quantum amount of plastics, we can talk about it, starting from the TV cases, baby products or cable jackets, toys, computer cases, couches, even the mattresses what we use. For example, in hospitals, we predominantly use vinyl flooring because easy to maintain, clean, and it gives various color options for us. It is not a hard flooring, it's a stretchable flooring or not stretchable flooring. It is maintained, very less maintenance we can think about it. But as I was talking about the advantages of that particular material, it's durable, it's long lasting, it's very much resistant to the stains and other dents and scratches. The kind of toxic sense it releases, maybe the doctors will be able to vouch my points also, about a quantum amount of phthalates, asthmagens, which are not good for any endocrine respiration system. There are alternatives available in the market like rubber, which is durable, resilient, and it's non-toxic. And we have an alternative material called linoleum, which is made from a biodegradable material. It's stain resistant. It's very less chemical has been used as a fire retardant, and it's less affected by the excess moisture. Similarly, like the vinyl flooring, we have it for vinyl upholstered furnitures also. The same advantages holds good. Same toxicants it releases. There are alternatives available in the market, which is low VOC, antibacterial, and it's free of PVC, chlorine, and plasticizers. Like as I was briefing in the previous slides, there are firms or products available in the market which is all mostly used in the developed countries. For example, a Perkinsonville, an architectural firm, wherever they do the hospital buildings, mostly they suggest toxic and free healthy materials to be deployed in the hospitals. And these are some of the materials which is used in all across in the construction industry. For example, Drivit, it's a wall panel, and then the 4-boy flooring solution. And then door products called Asa Albai, and some of the architectural hardware is called Bora and all. These are some of the products that are available in the market for healthy materials. Talking about the PVC, I think government is doing a lot of campaign to reduce the usage of PVC, because these days the kind of cancer cases are increasing day by day only mainly because of the PVC usage in the market. So as we know, PVC stands for polyvinyl chloride. You'll not believe it. It's used in variety of building applications because it is low in cost, it is durable, it is highly versatile. These are the kind of roofing or building areas where we use PVC materials. PVC basically it's a chemistry of chlorine and ethylene. Ethylene is a natural product which is available below the earth in below n number of kilometers, and then chlorine we get as a byproduct after filtering the seawater, and the kind of toxic it releases to the environment as well, it's a human health hazard for that matter. So this PVC as such is not at all recyclable. Even if it is downcycled, it emits a lot of pollutants in the air, in water, as well as into the landfill. So it is an aquatic toxin, it is a mammalian toxin, and it is increasing the number of carcinogenic cells in any human body, and it's an endocrine disruptor, it is an eye irritant, it's a gene mutation as such. So as I was briefing, PVC is a toxic emission substance throughout its life cycle. For example, from extraction, it creates a lot of hazardous to the workers. Then during the manufacturing, it even pollutes the landfill and as well to the workers. And its usage, during our usage, all of us, when we are using it, it is giving a toxic emitting to the occupants. And even during the disposal, it is creating a hazardous pollutant to the environment. So right from its extraction, so manufacturing, it creates pollutants to the workers on earth, and it's a vinyl chloride monomer that impacts the carcinogenic cells, and it even increases the carcinogenic cells in the human body. So in 2019, the worldwide PVC manufacturers released approximately 541 billion milligrams of vinyl chloride monomer into the air, whereas OSHA limits, Occupational Safety and Health Administration, says in a given day, on 8 hours, you can't release more than 2.6 milligrams per cubic meter of air. So PVC as such is thermally unstable. That is the reason whenever we come across a word called UPVC windows in any building usage, we think UPVC stands for it's another short form, but it's an unplasticized polyvinyl chloride window. Basically, in a PVC window, the moment we add an unplasticizer, it is not thermally stable. So that is the reason they put these UPVC windows, so that it stands still against the sun ray. So as such, during the process of creating a PVC into the byproduct, they add a chemical additive called plasticizers. The moment we add a plasticizer, it becomes completely flexible. So it emits a toxic substance called phthalates, which has a side effects like early puberty, breast cancer, and the male fetus undescended testicles. Lot of medical other reasons for that. And PVC as such, we can't recycle it. Even if it is decompose it, it is never biodegradable. So when we do a burning of any PVC products, 80% of the chlorine that is added as a PVC chemical additive flows into the municipal drains, and even if you do a complete combustion for that matter, it releases hydrogen, and carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, and hydrochloric acid. So we rarely get a dioxin as a byproduct, which is basically a degradable product. The alternative to this disposal is only a landfill. When it gets ingredient into the landfill, either the plants eat or the animals eat, which we both eat in our other way. So alternative to the incineration is basically recycle, which for example an aluminum can be recycled into an aluminum can, but only thing is it will deform its shape, the size will vary, whereas a PVC product, when it has been recycled, it can become a downcycled material. We can't get the same material of the same quality. So all of us know which market or which country buys all these burnt plastics are collected all over from the world is China. That's the reason whenever we see any toy products, they say 3+, 5+, and 7+ and all. Any idea what is the meaning of this 3+, 5+, 7+? No, it's not the case. Typically, the chemical additive that is being used in these toys are not good for kids who are less than 3. That's the reason they say 3+, or 5+, and 7+. So it basically is not safe for the kids or children that they use those toys. So yes, in the market there are alternatives available for PVC materials like carpet backing, we have polyvinyl butyl, or plumbing pipes we are using cast iron, concrete or copper or HDP. Just a small thing, when I started my career, there was never a product called CPVC pipes that we use it for plumbing in the market. They were always available as cast iron, GI, copper and HDP pipes. Now we don't have any product other than CPVC in the market for that matter, except for what typically hospitals we use maybe an PEG spice for the dialysis usage, or maybe cast iron for the biomedical waste and other things. There are materials available in the market for that. So in a domestic scenario, there are top 10 toxins that is available in a house. For example, outside only air is polluted, inside everything is polluted inside a house. So a sick building syndrome, what we call is emission of too much chemical additives in the house is called as sick building syndrome. So the outcome effects can be allergies, skin diseases, breathing difficulties, or any neurological disorders. Right from paint. So whenever we paint a new house, or whenever we buy a painted house, or let's say a flat or a new building, the moment we get into it, we keep the windows open so that the air gets come inside, so that the paint smell is going out of the building. That is not at all acceptable. The reason is, the moment we paint it across, we need to leave it minimum of 14 days so that all the byproducts that is being used in the paints has to be evaporated into the air. If we don't, yes, all of those fumes that is added as a chemical material in the paints are being inhaled by us. Side effects are asthma, sinus, neurological disorders. There are alternatives available in the market, like few paints like BCF, Dulex and EcoScience paints. Not all the products from Dulex are healthy for that matter. And carpets, the outcomes are this, and there are alternatives available. We have alternatives as jute, organic cotton, or hard floor with natural rugs. Then shower curtains we use, that also we have an alternative material. We can even go for jute or hemp filters. Then furnitures, plywoods, for everything there is an alternative available in the market. So for hospital buildings as an healthcare architect, am I audible now? Yes. Okay. So we go to the hospital, yes, basically for patients and caregivers and families. The first principle of a building that does no harm is healthy environment, occupied to heal and thrive in their surroundings. Healthcare buildings is basically meant for healing the patients, fostering the wellness, enhancing the human health and improving the quality of life. Primary principle of medicine is to first to do no harm to the occupants. This is a typical section, or I can say a room view, where we have paints on the side walls and then the solid surface used for the counters and the flooring, the furnitures and the insulations on the rear side, and then we have wall coverings on the rear side of the bedside patients. The kind of toxic substances that is being released in all these products, you can see it here. So VOC stands for volatile organic compounds, and we have antimicrobial surfaces on the solid surfaces, and flooring, for example vinyl, we have phthalates that is being released as a toxic substance from the material. All are equally harmful. That is alternative. So we as architects and engineers have to bring in a change in the market as a precautionary approach. There are alternative materials available in the market which is non-hazardous for the health occupants. Yes, cost and potential performance factors, all above are part of decision making. Essential parameters of design. Yes, these materials comes with an initial high cost, but it gives a well-being of the occupants. So obviously any new product or any new cost, what is my payback period? What is my return of time? We are not paying back anything. We are giving back the life of the users. So only a commercial buying power can bring a rapid change on it. If not for us, at least for the future generation. That's all.
Yes, space for one question. Oh yeah, okay, fine. Two questions here. Of course, we want to encourage interaction. Can we get a mic, please? Or maybe just
minimum of 3 times. Minimum of 3 times.
Just for the sake of the benefit of the audience, the question was, what would be the difference in cost on a per bed basis if we were to implement all this?
Let's say we are spending approximately 4,000 rupees per square feet on an hospital building. It goes up to even minimum of 10,000 to 12,000 rupees. Yeah, please.
I have 2 questions.
Yeah, please.
One is for the operation theatre complex.
Yeah.
What kind of healthy material you would suggest being an architect? And second question is, how would you convince the Indian mindset or the people who healthcare provider to go for this 3 times more cost?
Yes, I have an answer for that. Okay, first on the technical side for the operation theatres, glass can be used instead of going for high pressure laminates, instead of going for SS cladding, because SS cladding maybe 20 years ago, that was a kind of a cladding material on the wall cladding, and for the flooring predominantly we use vinyl. We can go opt for epoxy, and then for the ceiling same we can use for glass also. Now I'm not able to hear you.
So most of the hospital
Yeah.
who have this plan to go for any kind of accreditation, or they want to have a patient safe environment.
Yeah.
In the hospital operation theatre, most of the good hospital are using epoxy.
As a flooring material.
Yes,
Yes.
What else can be done?
See, accreditation as such, it mostly talks about, be it for NABH or JCI for that matter, it mostly talks about the clinical processes that is involved without compromising on the safety of the occupants. They don't talk about the healthy being of the occupants. That's the reason I'm saying in developed countries, from the operator perspective, they've started this initiative. Even though we spend a cost twice or thrice on the cost of the building and construction of an hospital, it will not yield and result for me. 10 years down the lane, it will give me a result, not in forms of a revenue. It's the kind of the epidemic or the any kind of toxic substances that is being engraved into the human body will come down. That's their intent behind it. For example, 20 years ago, the number of cancer cases that we come across, that we hear about, is minimum 10 times that we hear from now. Am I right? So for example, as I was briefing about it, during my school days or my college days, we never used plastics to this kind of extent for that matter. So now the kind of plastics of PVC penetration has gone that much. The kind of diseases, then people visiting hospitals more frequently, then various type of diseases have increased it. So any operator as such, they're looking from a perspective of the healthy occupants, be it for the patients, even though they come once or twice or whatever it is. They are looking for the healthy occupant or well-being of the occupants. Yeah, that's true. So in fact, during my previous presentation almost a year ago, so when I was presenting this particular topic, a few of my industry colleague peers, we can say about it, you're talking about a little bit of the controversial subject. I said it is not controversial, my dear friend. 10 years down the lane, when the mass rapid buying power wants to give a change to the market or to their citizens or the particular of the city onwards, you will see a rapid change. So only the buying power can bring a rapid change in the market, not the selling power. Sorry? Yeah, we don't have any option for that. Yes. Yeah. Thanks, fine. Any more queries?
A little bit short on time.
Sure. I think Gaurav is more in.
Audio check. Yeah. In fact, thank you very much, sir, for pointing that out. I was just about to mention, Mr. Anand spoke a lot about flooring solutions, and also mentioned by name Forbo, who is in fact one of our exhibitors. And I wanted to point out to everyone here today, in case you missed what the gentleman said, Forbo is one of our exhibitors who have a booth on the ground floor. So during the networking breaks and during the lunch sessions, please do take that opportunity to check out Forbo, as well as all of our other exhibitors who are with us this morning. So thank you very much. I'd like to just hop back to Dr. Raji's presentation about all of the various technology that we have available with us today and all of these fancy gizmos. And the question that the gentleman asked was a very important question. All of this is very fine and dandy, but how do we go about implementing all of this in a structured way? Well, if we're starting a hospital today, what is the first step that we need to take? What do we need to focus on the most? What is most important? This is actually a very important question, and something it sounds very simple, but very difficult to answer. But to help us in our understanding of these various technologies and of the emerging trends in hospital design and planning in this current year 2023, we have assembled industry stalwarts who are going to share their knowledge and experience with us this morning as to how do we go about designing a hospital today, and what are the emerging trends that we need to keep in mind, and what is step 1, step 2, step 3, so on and so forth. So I'd like to welcome on stage our panelists for this engrossing discussion, starting with Mr. Sharad Saxena, who's the Vice President of Engineering and Projects at Sahyadri Hospitals. And also Mr. Vinayak Sanai, who's the co-owner of Abhyanta Consulting Engineers. Mr. Nilesh Shinde, who's the Group Chief Technical Officer of Jupiter Hospital. Dr. Sonal Dikshit, who is the Medical Services Regional Head of Manipal Hospitals. This is Rekha Dubey, who's the CEO of Aditya Birla Memorial Hospital, our venue partner. Special thanks to ABMH for providing us the generous hospitality and extending their hospitality for all of us here this morning. And the moderator for this discussion, a titan in the business, I would say, Dr. B.K. Trivedi, who's the Managing Director of BKPMG Health Solutions. So while we assemble the table, there's so much of thinking and thought process that has to go into designing a hospital. How do we go about it? Promises to be a very interesting and entertaining and engrossing discussion. The next half an hour to 45 minutes, my panelists, the stage is yours. Please take it away.
It's so wonderful meeting Dr. Rajiv and so many other colleagues. And so happy to be back to Birla Hospital, where I started my initial first project in India in 2002. So I was very fond memories of this hospital. Thank you very much, the organizers. Today we are going to take you around this 360-degree view of the healthcare designing and planning and what are the new and emerging trends. And let us take a deep dive into the today's topic. So basically it's a very important to understand that we have only one home here. This is our home. We have nowhere to go. And anything what we do, we have to be very responsible because the planet is already under severe environmental impact, and it is imperative on all the designers and planners to think about carefully about the preservation of the planet. And now we go into taking some tour of the healthcare world. The healthcare world has seen tremendous challenges in the COVID time, and we were subjected to acid test as we were totally caught unaware, unprepared. And the healthcare world is going through seismic and accelerating changes because of the various issues, disruptive technologies, and various demand, the knowledgeable customer. But one thing I want to make you understand is we have to first sync this data. 4 million deaths occur in healthcare because of inappropriate care, and this infrastructure is also an integral part of contributing to these things, the patient harm. The knowledge for no harm is very ancient. We take the Hippocrates oath and we take that we do no harm to the patients if we cannot make anything good to the patients. But because of this kind of data, I think it is very important that we have to become very sensitive to understanding the whole, the finer aspects of healthcare designing and planning. The healthcare world is going through transformative changes. As you know, Internet of the Things, medical technologies, which is continuously changing, and that is and a lot of customer awareness also. Apart from day-to-day challenges in the healthcare, we also are exposed to act of terrorism, wars, biological warfares, mass casualties, natural disasters, cyber crimes, man-made disaster. The list is endless. So basically, the designing and planning aspect must understand these challenges very carefully. Very briefly, I will take you some of the critical challenges in healthcare. Is one of the things is healthcare associated infection. So, even in developed countries like US and Europe, wherein 1 in 20 patients getting HAI, in Europe 1 in 20 patients are getting hospital associated. It is becoming a leading cause of harm and death even. So it is very important that when we do designing, we have to understand that this whatever we do has got an infection control environment. It is not contribute to a significant amount of foul up in the quality of air and various issues that are directly related to the planning and designing. Patient fall. If you see the data, hundreds of thousands of patients are falling in the healthcare facility. And out of these falls, 30 to 50% are resulting in injury of various nature. And it can also be attributed to the designing aspect. It is adding to the cost, and it is a very significant factor. Violence in healthcare is well known in India and abroad. In healthcare, basically, it is 5 times higher than in any other industry. So we have to gear up. The current situation that I have seen in most of the hospital, well, in the last 2 years we have done so many NABH, JCI, NABH international accreditation, India and abroad, and we learned that the environment is not protective enough to eliminate or reduce the risk of violence. And that is very important, that this point is very, very critically factored into the safety of staff. This is our precious resources. And particularly in the ICU and acute care areas, the challenges are much more and incidences are higher. There is an environment of fear, stress and burnout. This is a very important aspect, and the designer and the planner must think how we can mitigate these risks, or these are the very critical aspects, and make a conducive environment for the healthcare. These data are self-explanatory. I do not go into this thing. Design have a direct impact on the poor outcome of the care. The compromised infrastructure can lead to catastrophic damages, financial, physical, mental and whatever. And these data are quite alarming, and they make a good case for addressing all these issues at the time of designing, which is the best opportunity. If you have any opportunity to prevent harm, this is at the designing. This is at your, how you envision your facility to be. That is very, very crucial aspect. Today's topic is about the trends in the healthcare design. What are the important trends? You can see that behavioral health is taking the topmost priority, because there is so much of stress on the staff. The working environment is very stressful. We really have to change our thinking. The planners and designer must create a very conducive environment which can really impact on a better behavioral, attitudinal and responsiveness and de-stressing. It is very important that we have to think about this aspect very importantly, because typically there is a body and mind disconnect, and until as Lord Krishna said in Gita, yoga karma sukauchalam, that yoga is come only when body and mind is joined together, when mind is in full control. But when you are in stress, in violent situations, and when your whole challenging circumstances, you can easily get distracted or disconnected. Another important thing is workflows are really not taken into consideration. This is one of the very important aspects. So there is a big disconnect. There is a stress on services. There is a too much of kind of additional cost factor, which is inherent in the genetically we are putting into our system forever, which are not easy to repair at later stage. So it is very imperative on the designer and planner to think about and study the workflows, particularly where what closeness metrics should come, what are the key issues there is very, very important. Also, the future is uncertain. We need to be really adaptive. These spaces should be modular or so that if in 5 years' time, if you really require to change, it should be possible to bring that kind of change in your facility. So that is kind of a thing going to the adaptive kind of thought process. You have to do that at the planning stage itself, and don't create so kind of a structure which become an obstruction to adaptiveness. That is very, very important aspect. Another trend is biophilic design. I think this is, as you know, the biophilic environment, good light, all the natural factors, and bringing the warmth of the home, as one of the previous speaker has said, the feeling of home has to be brought into the healthcare, so they should not look very clinical or kind of a typical hospital, because that will remind them of the sickness. We have to take away the sickness, and that cue has to come from the environment. So that is very important aspects of the, and that is very important trend. Today world, the designers of the facility are really addressing these opportunities, which can really mitigate some of the challenges that I have spoken to. Life safety. In healthcare, life safety is of paramount importance. Because we are working in highly oxidized environment, there is a risk of fire, there is a risk of so many electrocution and various kind of things. So it is very important. We are using chemicals, we are using so many toxic things. So it is very important that life safety aspect, which we are going to deal with our experts here. So staff, patients, visitors, resources, and we should be disaster resilient. Any facility, like you have seen now, there's an act of terrorism, hospitals simply cannot cope. We saw in the COVID time, there were no change area, like kind of doning on, doning off, and all kind of things, and biomedical waste and environmental control. It was not in place. Medical gas system was completely, tested, and we failed miserably. The entire world. So basically, these are safety aspects which has to be taken into consideration. Another emerging trend is how we can decompress and help in unwinding the stuff. Unwinding is very important because you are coiled up. You see extremes of emotions in the healthcare. Somewhere there is a joyous celebration, somewhere there is a death, somewhere there is a sickness, some there is a kind of. So it's a very atmosphere in the healthcare, and how staff also get transparent reaction. Because when I see as a doctor, when I see as a caregiver, I also get certain kind of stimulus which get my body absorbed. So I should also not get, that overwhelmed. So this whole thing is about that how the planners can think about unwinding. I can tell you with my experience, some of the hospitals we have designed in Africa, Gulf and elsewhere, we provided the fantastic like club class lounges for the staff where they can unwind, they can have relax, just like an airport lounge. As Dr. Rajiv said about the aviation industry in healthcare, there is a lot of things that we can learn from the aviation. The promptness of the service and kind of handling of the mass volumes. So that is very, very important. So special customers like pediatric, senior citizens, adolescent, one size cannot fit all. Please remember, we have to really understand that who all are our customers, who all are our users. And accordingly, we have to really think about them. A child may not be able to access the very high level of the hand wash or the restroom or maybe other thing, and the whole environment can be very, very overwhelming for a child. And I have seen some of the hospitals in US, they have such a adaptive kind of, and even in a proton beam center where they have to anesthetize or sedate child, the whole atmosphere is not like a pre-anesthetic room, but it is like a whole child, a kind of a play group. So it's very innovative thinking has to be brought into address. Adolescent are a very, very different age group. Neither they are adult nor they are children, and there is a terrific demand on that. Medical technology kind of induction, integration. It is very important. In next few slides you will see that how the whole technology world is now moving into integrated solutions. Not just one technology like CT or MR or whatever, but how we can take the volumes of all these technologies, get them connected and take the best out of all these things. These are kind of opportunities that would be. Another aspect which is emerging is the designing for comfort and control. You really need to have a solution provided that is addressed to the comforts, not make it kind of stressful, and inclusivity. I mean, the whole environment has to be accessible, equity, and inclusiveness. That is very, very important aspect. And as my previous speakers have already said, the new trends are in the Internet of the Things, AI, virtual health, telehealth, machine learning, blockchain, decentralization of data, that is the blockchain, big data, cloud computing, digital twins. They are creating digital models of a human body or organ, and then simulating, testing, and then so that the patient harm is avoided. So there are some of the very few aspects that I have just touched upon. So what we do, we understand that these are the emerging trends. We understand the challenges of healthcare that we have just spoken about. So we must understand that the healthcare is an eternal part of the life, from the birth till end of life. So healthcare is a social place. It is not hospital, not clinical, but it should be treated as a very social, very vibrant place where a lot of people can come together and make a new kind of a paradigm shift in thinking of the designers and the planner, that how we can make it less of the hospital, yet making the functionality. And by the way, a lot of the emerging trends are coming that less and less people will be coming to hospital. So not typical large institution will have only for academic, for research, for other purposes, but by and large, the short stay, acute care, all these things, the whole dimension is going through a rapid transformation, and we have to think of next 20 to 30 years time. Otherwise, we will be left with redundant spaces, and we really will not know what to do about them. So, what we say, our ancient teaching, Mahajano Yenagatasya Pantha. What is Mahajan? Gold standard, gold rule. Follow the right people, follow the wisdom, follow the healthcare guidelines standard, and make good knowledge partners whenever you require a hospital designing. Because hospital may be knowing the healthcare functions, but it is very important that you find the right kind of partners to associate who can walk through you, handhold, and deliver. Now this is the gold standard. I love this thing, that Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina, everybody understands. Sarve Santu Niramaya, Sarve Bhadrani Pashyantu, Ma Kaschit Dukkha Bhagavad. I think the last line is very, very powerful. Actually, the whole meaning of this last part is that nobody should be harmed. No dukkha. That is what is the gold standard. If you follow this as your vision part, the healthcare, Ma Kaschit Dukkha Bhagavad, then only Niramaya, you will be Niramaya. So I think it is very important. As you already know, well educated about various the national and international standard which have to be followed, which are mandatory, and if you don't follow, you will end up with a problem. So it's about the fire safety, we are going to talk about that, space efficiency, space utilization, infection control, various issues that we are going to discuss. These are some of the considerations, some of the factors that we require to consider. Noise. Actually, if you go in the hospital, they are more noisy than the outside. Noise attenuation is not there. There are certain international and national standards say the certain level of decibel, but have we measured this? Do we know what is our noise level in our hospital? The machines are running close to the ICU and people are getting disturbed. All these kind of things are very, very critical. So consider them. Now, very important aspect, our body, the whole universe is constituting of these 5 elements. And this assimilation of 5 elements, and consider the human body is the perfect. God is the best designer, He is the best architect, He is the best engineer, and nothing can replace that. We only have to understand from the nature and the creation and how we can absorb the element of nature that is going to heal. This is a cafe, one example in a hospital, how we can make it biophilic, how we can make it very healthy. When the people come, the staff is so distressed, we can come and take a kind of decompression can happen over here. For the patient as well, good areas for physiotherapy, occupational therapy, they have to be creativeness of this nature. Now coming to medical technology integration, we have done this kind of integration where multiple modalities, as you can see, that 2 or 3 imaging modalities are connected together. This is for the patient's benefit. Technology is already there, but you have to be ingenious, you have to be creative. How best you can bring the outcome, the benefit. There are some of the classic examples. You can see the old arm, like now CM is outdated. These are the new emerging technologies where the complete 360-degree view of the patient's body while you are operating, you can choose for this, you can go for this kind of technology. Now this is one of the classic example how multimodalities can be absorbed. This is one classic suit, surgical, where is the OT is in the middle, and one side is the PET scan, PET CT, and other side is the MRI. And in between, when the patient require PET CT, the patient goes, the table goes into that, or the MRI comes into that. So while you are operating, you can do intraoperative MR, you can do intraoperative PET CT, and these are some of the technology integration which are already happening in the world. And some classic, this is the future. If you have to really take the best out of optimized outcome, then these are the potential. Yeah. Now, a very important aspect for the designer is the visual timing light. It's because the whole body circadian rhythm is related to them. This rhythm get influenced. So basically, currently, patients in ICU can never sleep. Patients in the wards can never sleep because they are continuously being hammered with kind of noises. The staff, the doors are banging. I've seen literally when my wife or my family member admitted, it's really become a torture in the night. Daytime is better. And as the night approaches, we feel a horror is coming. So, a patient who has gone under major surgery and we have so much of noise and bombardments. Please think about the doors banging, the noises. All these factors are very, very important. We just design one-time facility and go away, but we leave those genetic footprints inside for patients to suffer forever. So it is opportunities now. So again, the cortisol secretion in the body and the melatonin secretions, we have to match. So your lighting, there is a scientific study that lighting help in healing. It reduces length of stay because the whole patients relate with all these aspects. Now very briefly, Internet of Things and this technology integration, there is a tremendous advantage. If you adopt these technologies in your designing or in your vision for the technology for the hospital, there is a tremendous potential. And here this is what already people have derived this kind of benefit from them. Some of the case studies which I would like to highlight, that in US, millions of square foot hospital, they are so patient-centric that one of the top-notch floor created for the patients. The premium areas are given to patients and the families. And for the children, the use of colors, coordination, and all those kind of things, amazing. And environmental, hundreds of thousands of gallons of water is recycled. So these are some of the, how innovatively you can become sustainable hospital. This is also very, very important. In digital and wearable, I saw in one of the hospital, which is like the patient is walking through and all systems are reading whatever the patient's transition from one area to other, and everything is like a barrierless. So that is something very, kind of a model which is in the future. It is coming. You cannot stop. Only thing constant is the change, and we should be prepared for the change. And all the process, right from the arrival to the discharge of the patient, it can be planned through these all Internet of Things and planning. Some of the planning aspects I will not go much into. In ABMH, what we did, many of the first thing, when we put the Selamias, that day we had declared that we will set up this hospital as a JCI accreditation and all the standard in 2002. When this is the clarity, so it is very important. What I want to emphasize is The promoters, owners, and the manager must have a clear thought what they want. Because many of the projects I have seen go through such a kind of a disruptive changes within the project. We designed for 3 lakh square foot, and one gentleman, the promoter, is not clear. He has seen something and he added 7 lakh square foot, just more than double. And I think the whole project go haywire. So, and many times, that is very important, that planning stage, strategic stage, it is very important. So we were very space effective. We achieved medical technology as state of art in a most cost effective manner. Use of laminate flow in the transplant and ICU bed. One of my understudies went to Japan to receive the Toyota Award for the excellence, and he said, call me from Japan. They said, I've seen the hospital, and what we did in ABMH is now it is being done here also. So it was very gratifying to see that, because the post-transplant care, infection control is very important. Post-cardiac surgery, post-neurosurgery, post-joint, so the clean environment, these are very important things. So, why planning is important? Planning is very important because, as you can see from the data, 50% of US construction project has an overrun of 200% in time. So basically, it really goes, and people regret later that, oh, I could have done something differently. The opportunity is now. You can see from this picture that what is the reality and how the time, cost and everything gets shifted if there are no proper planning. And reducing the cost opportunity is today, not tomorrow. So whenever you are addressing, I think this is what, and very importantly, before I finish this, that you have to really analyze the outcome of your design. Before you go into the construction, you must really test your theories and reality. As you see that what is between Barbie and the Oppenheimer, you must be addressing those realities and see that how we are able to, this is some of the examples how pediatric areas are created. So basically, you saw the planet in the beginning. Now you see hundreds of thousands of these elements are in the environment, in the antarix, all these satellites debris. We have destroyed the environment, we have destroyed the planet. It is very important that we be responsible. This is in responsibility, be a responsible designer. And lastly, there is one thing in common, they have left tremendous imprint, footprints for and legacy forever, generations to come. Try to get inspiration, do something, make and have, follow an altar, follow an ideal, and it is basically is not difficult. And with knowledge will remove the darkness. Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya. So thank you very much. We will now go into the detailed discussion on from the various aspects, from the various experts. So thank you very much. Am I audible? Okay, so we will start with Nilesh. So Nilesh, can you please tell us, it is very important that hospitals should be very energy efficient because the cost of energy ultimately has to be borne by the patients. Everything, whatever cost element that are come into the hospital, whether it is technology, facility, furniture, fixtures, ultimately they are recoverable from the patient. So it is very important that how we can make hospital very cost effective, and energy cost is one of a significant factor. So please tell us how we can make hospital energy efficient and how we can achieve the best TPI in the healthcare facilities.
Good morning. So myself Nilesh. Before I say something about energy efficient hospital, I would like to give my brief background so that you will understand. Because for doing something, it has to be some case study or something has to be there behind. Some history has to be there. Because the question what one of our friend has asked, how do all these changes can happen? It cannot happen in one day. Because there is something has to be there behind. So myself Nilesh, and I'm by profession biomedical engineer, almost having experience of 28 years. First 8 years I was with GE and Siemens, and I used to handle only CT scan and MRI machine. In this own city, I'm from Mumbai, but in this own city, I have installed 21 cities in Pune during 1999 to 2003. And 2003, I met Trivedi sir in this same place. After 20 years, I'm coming back to Aditya Birla Hospital here. So this is a good memory for me also. And after that, I'm the founder member of Jupiter Hospital Group. And with my own practical experience in the projects, I'm going to tell you about energy efficient hospital. Okay. So when we say energy efficient hospital, there are three things which I always believe that. There are three things which everyone says that there are architects are there are so-called designers are there here, sitting here, MEP consultants will be definitely there. So I always consider this is my opinion, design phase. The second phase is that what we call as planning and coordination phase. And third phase is after that is execution phase. And fourth phase is very, very important, is operation and maintenance. Okay. So when we do design, all the design consultants, they make their best to design something. Okay. I've also gone through all these things. Designing was really up to the mark, where you get a really good energy performance index. Then the second step comes. Then you go into tendering purpose. The tendering goes haywire. Then always the promoter or maybe who is the top management, they always say, okay, isko baad mein lete hain. Because what is important is that medical equipment. कौन डालेगा 20 crore ज़्यादा? उससे आज we'll do something, we'll add some ICU beds, but we'll do that. So that girl always take a backstage. So that is our called as designing and after design, planning and execution because after tendering. And you must be knowing those who are working in projects, एक word आता है 19-20. हाँ ये बहुत पॉपुलर वर्ड है 19-20. इसका मीनिंग मुझे बहुत बार समझता नहीं है. Either we are talking about Pimpri Chinchwad and Pune 19-20 or we are talking about something South Pole and North Pole. Anything can happen in 19-20. So execution where it fails because of this 19-20 concept. And that is a common theory. Everyone talking about 19-20. And then after that what's come? The operation and maintenance phase. You know that everything has been designed. If you see in India, PMC, design consultant, everyone is there. Their role gets over when inauguration happens of the hospital. And the issue start when the operation person or maintenance manager comes on the field. He may not have a as-built drawing also proper. Because the way sir just now said, promoter says that today I am having 3 lakh square feet. I have seen something, FSI has increased, now make a building of 4 lakh square feet. They can do anything. Architect will not say no to that also. Lot of design get changed and which is not getting implemented. Finally project to ho hi jata hai. That is always been there. Project to ho jata hai. But then whether design basis properly, whether it's happening as per as-built drawing, whether those are being handed over to the operation team, maintenance team, that is always a question. Now because of this, most of the time our energy efficient hospitals do not happen. Now I will tell you case study. I am not going to compare any other hospital. My own experience 20 years, my 4 hospital, I am talking like Jupiter, Thane, Pune, Indore and now Dombivli. So when we started Thane project, our first aim was that 2004-06, like to have a best equipment available, do whatever best for a clinical thing. Then we started hospital 2007 and then we realized that after 1 or 2 years, there is a lot of electricity bill is coming, it's going up to 70 to 80 lakhs. And what we have done for that? We have done everything for going to see every place, to see what is the best city, what is MR, INAC and everything. But this, what is important, which is in our hand, we never took it that seriously. In the day one, I am talking about 2004 when we planned that. Then we realized whenever we will do the second planning, second hospital, we have to make sure that along with everything, all the medical equipment, everything, from designing phase, we have to do energy efficient hospital. And again here is very important that if management thinks, if they think that it has to be energy, then only it will happen, otherwise it will not happen. The way it's said, the cost implication is always there. So whether they are ready to accept that cost implication. So moving ahead, so what are things we have done for our Pune hospital, which got the Ministry of the India award for the best energy efficient hospital? There are 4 or 5 things what we have done. One is the first thing, if you consider the building envelope. What is important? Roof insulation. The top pe apna roof insulation right there. Like if you do a small thing, what is important is that U value is a word, thermal transmittance, everyone has heard about that. Okay, so for the layman who are there, like if there is any surface, single or composite surface, so whatever energy has been passed to that surface to the below surface, and what is the temperature difference, that is called a U value. The lesser the U value is the best, the opaque material is that. Now if you consider roof insulation, what we have done in our this Jupiter Pune hospital, that instead of 225 mm the thickness of the roof slab, we have added there 100 mm brick bat, then we have added there 100 mm XPS insulation. The U value has come down. Just see that small thing what we have done. So this is one thing. Second thing, exterior wall, which normally we use brick wall of 230 mm. Instead of that, we have used 150 mm AAC block. The U value has come down. The third thing, very, very important, the window to wall ratio has to be below 40%. So we have to use glazing, what we use every time. So glazing, if you are ordinary glazing, then is like 5 is a U value. When I'm saying 5, that it is like, then that, if you want to reduce it, you should have a DGU, double glaze unit. There are a lot of options are there, you can reduce the U value. But what is important for the patient, now we are here in this room in artificial lighting. Is this good for the patient? So answer is no, it has to be artificial lighting. So we should have a window or glazing in such a way that the direct sunlight has to come inside, and at the same time, we should have a provision to reduce the energy which is coming inside this, or maybe the daylight which is coming inside the building. So that by doing what we are doing, DGU, 6 mm gas, then 12 mm air gap, and again 5 mm glass. By doing that DGU, it has U value has come down. Okay. Now moving ahead. So when I'm saying this is the envelope, the second thing is like HVAC. If you see that, and I'm surprised, I'm telling you, because I'm having hospital in different places, in city like Pune, okay, chillers selection is very, very important. Now I have seen in daytime also, yesterday only I have seen that, in daytime also, I'm having like 280 TR chiller. The one chiller is working for 16 hours in a day. Okay, now if you do that, now you understand that one is that 100% they give that COP, but what happens on part load? Because in hospital, most of the times, there is a differential load happens. Load goes down drastically, maybe it will be having a 280 or maybe 420 TR throughout the day, it goes to 200 TR in night. So you should have a proper chiller, because that is going to make a lot of energy efficiency. Now what is important in medical equipment is the humidity control. That is always, so humidity, how can we do it? Either having HO and then have an electrical stripper there, that is one thing, but that is not safe, as well as because of fire point of view, as well as it consumes more power. So what is the second thing? Second thing is that we should have a, like what we are having a heat pump bag through which we can give hot water to the coil. And third thing, which is condenser, like chiller is having condenser output. So that also having around 24 to 25 degree. If you use that, still we can do humidity control. Now one point which I am going to tell you and which you will not find in medical equipment. Now most of designers are here. Now whenever we design the hospital or whenever we design anything, you will come across maybe ABC company, whosoever company, equipment like CTMR, Cath Lab, Linac, anything you take it. They will do 23. What will go wrong to the machine? Nothing will go wrong to machine. If you maintain the relative humidity below 60%, nothing is going to be wrong to machine. But this is what told to you. But if you save 2 degree also, it is going to make at least 5 to 6% of energy saving in that particular area. So you know that machines like CTMR, they are like operational for 10 to 12 hours when patient is there, but remaining at least 10 hours is idle. So during that idle period, why can't we keep it 24 degree? Yes, it is possible, we are doing it, and that makes a energy saving. So these are the changes, these are the things we need to do it in our case, so that we can do a lot of AHUs like VFD, everything is there, electrical lighting, now everyone is doing LED. So these are the things are always everyone is doing energy efficiency for the energy efficiency purpose. So if you control on these areas, and if there is a mindset, and if there is a support from the higher management, yes, you can do energy efficient hospital. This is what my personal opinion about energy efficient hospital. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This was very, very important topic that he has covered. I will share my experience. When we did this Birla Hospital, luckily we had one energy audit company in Aditya Birla Group, because they are very resourceful group set up in Baroda. Their only job is to check energy efficiency. I'll just share my experience that when we did Birla Hospital, we had all the equipment, whether it is HVAC, medical, whatever, tested by independently third party. Within the Birla Group, we have a energy auditors, and they would check all the data and come back. So it is very relevant, and this is really a big opportunity. Thank you, Nile. The big cost element, big threat. So how we can mitigate this risk at the design stage? Would you please like to enlighten the audience with your experience?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Dr. Trivedi, for finally giving us a chance to speak. We are talking about planning, And we had planned for this panel discussion as well, but that has failed, unfortunately. Coming back to the question, HAIs, healthcare and hospital-associated infections. As per the data available, around 90,000 patients die in the US due to HAIs. And this I'm talking about is mortality. I'm not even mentioning the morbidity. We don't have a similar data in India, but I'm sure the numbers must be higher. Now, there are so many things that we do while we run a hospital, in the operational stage to prevent HAIs. All of us, most of us have gone for accreditation, wherein lots of steps like having, display boards and trainings and using of personal protective equipment, all that is being done. But right at this time when we plan a hospital, if we pay attention, I think a lot of HAI risk can be mitigated. So right at the time when we are, looking at the land that we are choosing to build a hospital, we should keep in mind that the land shape should be economically viable. It should be operationally economic. So at least there should be 2 circulating roads, ideally, in a hospital building. The shape of the hospital should be a simple shape, a rectangle, rather than a shape where there is lot of dead space. If you have a shape of a land which has so many corners, the chances of infection, there will be lot of dead corners in that building. So not only is it less efficient, that building is less efficient, also there are chances of infection of microorganisms, harboring in these areas. Then one of the speakers who spoke earlier told about the various materials that are used to make a building, and we have excellent materials which have antimicrobial qualities, materials which can sustain, harsh cleaning materials, walls that can be cleaned, surfaces that can be cleaned with harsh solvents. So this is what has to be kept in mind while we choose the material that is used to build a hospital. And while we are designing the interiors, the furnishings are so important. What material we are using for furnishing. Even the privacy curtains that we put between 2 beds, all these lead to infection. So they should be of material which is easily cleanable, which can be changed, which can be antimicrobial in nature. Hand washing facilities. We always shy away from giving ample hand washing facilities in a hospital. And that is the one single most important reason for healthcare acquired infections. So as many hand washing facilities, you must have noticed it is human nature that if we see a basin, we wash our hands. If we see a sanitizer nearby, we use it. Otherwise we don't. So these are the things that can be kept in mind during designing. One thing which is unique to a hospital infrastructure planning which is different from any other industry, is that in a hospital, design follows the function. It is not the other way around. You cannot give a building and tell me to make an ICU inside that. You have to first plan the function and then make the building around it. So the design has to follow function. If you are trying to put function in an already existing space, you are likely to compromise on quality, on infection control. There are three kinds of, circulations which happen in a hospital. One is an emergency circulation. Second is a routine circulation of normal patients, visitors, everybody else. And the third is of services. The hierarchy of circulation has to be understood by the person who is planning a hospital. What gets the top hierarchy in these three? The students here can tell me. In the hierarchy of circulation, the top importance, top priority is to be given to emergency, right? So the hospital should be built keeping that in mind, that an emergency patient, emergency circulation does not have too many interruptions. It doesn't have too many interruptions. Similarly, when we talk of circulation, there are primarily two kinds of circulations that happen in a hospital, vertical and horizontal. Horizontal circulations impede work. Ultimately, what do I want? I want my sister to spend the maximum time with the patient at the bedside, isn't it? If you have too many horizontal circulations, the time the nurse spends fetching for supplies, getting things done is more. So if you have uninterrupted vertical circulation and decentralized system, the nurse is going to spend more time at the bedside with the patient, less chances of infection because she won't be going out, mixing, dirty and clean traffic. And what I'm talking to you is, not contradictory to, operational efficiency. It is not contradictory. You can achieve operational efficiency along with, avoiding the risk of HAIs. So in olden times when I was doing my MBA, we were taught that there are corridor systems, clean corridor, dirty corridor, sterile corridor, all these systems. This has now changed for the students especially, which who are sitting here. Now we have closed containers which have been proven by research to be as effective and less, they are more economical in dealing with biomedical wastes, in dealing with other wastes which lead to HAIs. So closed container system, chutes, dumb waiters which do not involve human touch, automation. These are so many ways of preventing HAIs. Why should a man or a human resource deal with waste and biomedical waste? There should be automated dumb waiters. There should be automated chutes to deal with these things. So these, you are achieving two things. One, you are preventing HAIs. Second, operational efficiency. You are ensuring that your resource, the human resource, which is the most prized resource that you have, spends more time with the patient rather than doing these, less important chores. So I think I've been able to put my point across right from the design stage, right from choosing the land where you want to build your hospital till you put function, operations are planned, you have to think about HAIs to prevent them. Otherwise, HAIs are a big bugbear. They are a big elephant in the room which is not being addressed as of now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It was very wonderful explanation. I would like to add just a few things. One is the air quality measurement. Validation of the system is very important because once the engineering service has done, particularly OT environment, ICU, isolation room, but have we validated? What are the evidence? Today's design, demand.
Yeah, so Dr. Trivedi, these days, as I said, everybody is going for NABH. So this is something per force everybody is doing. Separate AHUs, ensuring validation of your HEPA filters. And HVAC is something which everybody is doing, and that is extremely important. What he says is validation. Yeah.
So I tell you one thing, JCI is a global entity on safety and quality. They actually, post JCI accreditation across the world, they created a meta-analysis of various hospitals who has done JCI several cycles to assess their this HAI and hand hygiene, and then they developed a toolkit. Because the data were revealing there was a greater amount of non-compliance. So it is very important that design and post-design maintenance of the system, and one more important, services. Now that we have different type of services in the OT, but I feel that now one of the innovative use of glass, which is most infection control friendly, easy to clean, it is becoming an order of the day. And it is laser, X-ray, all other things friendly, and biological and this bacteriological study has given clear evidence on that we should see whenever we are putting any OT, what are the surface behavior. It is very, very important. So now I go to the next speaker, Mr. Sarad, who actually has got a vast experience in the hospital projects. So Sarad, I would like to understand, because fire safety, life safety are very, very crucial aspects in the healthcare. So what are the basic measures of fire and life safety that you would be recommending to the audience, and what is your experience into this in the designing stage?
Thanks, Dr. Trivedi. So, life and fire safety is very, very important for any of the healthcare. See, people come here for the treatment of their own. It's medical treatment they are coming. And they end up getting into a mess if at all the fire and safety gadgets are not working. So, indirectly, what is happening is people are coming here for the purpose of medical recovery or their treatment, and they get into a different kind of trouble, not having the proper gadgets available in the hospital. I will start this thing from the National Building Codes. So, National Building Codes are basically nothing but guidelines. They are very important, and within that there is a part 4, which is a fire and safety. Now, these codes are all given for the purpose of people to implement. What happens is, while designing and planning everything, these things are all installed. You see here also, you can see a sprinkler detector and all, everything is there. Let me tell you where I am coming from is, I have been into healthcare for almost 19 to 20 years, have worked for multiple, corporates. One of the hospitals that I have worked for is AMRI Hospital. Everybody must be knowing the AMRI Hospital in Kolkata. It's taken over by many. So, I'll mention the incident which has happened in 2011. In fact, that was the time when I joined AMRI Hospital. In spite of having all gadgets within the facility, disasters happen. The disaster has happened because of what? Because of a little negligence. These are the detectors. If it starts, buzzing, it will unnecessarily create a panic situation in the hospital and people will start running away. No. See, these are the things which are life-saving gadgets. We are here to do a medical treatment, but at the same time, life is very precious, which need to be taken care of. We can't really ignore this kind of, buzzers or hooters or whatever is. So, it is important to maintain the gadgets which are provided within the hospital. What I want to say is, it is not only this thing, the fire things breaks out, people die because of the smoke and all, not by the temperature. So what happens is the detectors are the one which is giving you FIR. You have come across to some incident, you go to police station, lodge your FIR, but if you don't lodge FIR, then you are nowhere. Here, if at all you are able to control the smoke by the time it triggers, immediately you can control it. By the time the disaster happened you should not allow the sprinklers to get burst and then do this. So how to mitigate all these things, the life of people is, Mr. Anand has mentioned all this, design parameters and all for the hospital. Compartmentalization is something which is very, very important, where you can save the life of people, if not in a large scale, but you can break the hospital in different compartments, which can prevent people from moving from one compartment to another compartment. So the thing is, like, there are two kind of compartments which you can look at. If it is a vertical building, so there are horizontal barriers need to be there. So vertical compartment and horizontal compartment, they are very, very important. The smoke intend to rise up only, it travels upward. So you need to break it. To save the life people, you need to break it, make it into bits and pieces. How we do is, whenever we plan for anything, we set some milestone, and then after you break it into different parts so that you ensure your target is achieved. Similar way, the compartmentalization has to happen in a hospital. But again, I follow the word which Dr. Sonal has mentioned, that there should not be any hurdles, obstructions in the hospital. Now, horizontal compartment is something which you have to have the number of fire doors which is required. But how you break it? Dr. Rajiv has mentioned about the smart health. I will mention about the smart system which can work without a man to achieve those, to mitigate the hurdles. For horizontal compartment, you can have the fire curtains. Fire curtains can be there, which can ensure that whenever there is a fire, it closes your compartment and people transferred from one area to another area. Now, this one more thing is, this is about the horizontal compartment we are talking about. There are fire doors which can be kept open all the time. With the actuator, you can give a command, and in event of any casualty, it closes. So these are the smart gadgets actually which can be used for the hospital. It should be used to ensure that in event of any casualty, things can be prevented. We have, so this is something horizontal compartment, but the vertical compartment is something very, very important. There are many services in the hospital which travel upward, downward to ensure, we get light, we get water, we get air conditioning, many things. Number of shafts are provided in the hospital facility for all these MEP services. Many of the places it is seen that the vertical barriers are not closed. So if we do not close, it carries through, and the smoke carries through from basement to the first floor to ground floor, second floor, third floor and upward. If at all the things are broken down, the smoke will not travel. This is something which is, you can break it floor wise, you can break it shaft wise. Electrical things are something actually which is very important. It burns, so that way. Now suppose you have ensured that the horizontal compartmentation has been done, vertical compartmentation has been done, but what will happen to the area where the smoke has triggered? So there has to be a very, very strong smoke extraction system all across the facility. I have seen, in fact, working in the healthcare industry and various corporate companies, whenever a new hospital is designed, you have to apply the plans to the corporation, you have to apply the plans to the fire department and all. And from the fire department, you get provisional fire NOC. Everybody is after the fire NOC, provisional fire NOC, to ensure the point mentioned 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 29, all implemented. No one think about to make it more smarter. How to make it smarter? We need to ensure, because there has been incidents of people dying because of the smoke, there has to be a proper smoke extraction system installed within the facility, irrespective of whatever area it is. There are corridors, common areas, there are rooms. You are making each and every room as a small compartment. You are breaking into horizontal compartment. But one small compartment, if there is a patient inside, how will they ensure that there is no smoke in the room? If it triggers out, it should go out immediately. So the moment it triggers, the detection system should speak with the fire alarm panel. The fire alarm panel speak with the gadgets which are installed, and immediately the smoke extraction system should start. The pressurization system is there in the lift and the staircase, that should start. So these are the smart fire and safety gadgets need to be installed in the hospital to ensure the life of people are saved. This is what I can say. There are many ways of doing it. You know, you can provide a window actuators. Every room should have openable window, but the moment you have openable window, people intend to commit suicide in a hospital. To ensure that people don't commit the suicide also, you can install actuators. If at all smoke triggers, the window opens only that much to ensure that the smoke is out. So this is what I mean. There are many things actually. This topic cannot stop within 15 minutes. But yes, there are time constraints. We can definitely elaborate these things sometime whenever we get even more time. So I conclude it here only. Smoke extraction system compartmentation is very, very important. All need to ensure that it is implemented each and every location. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. So I would say good morning and entering into good afternoon. So as sir said, what is smart hospital? And if you ask anybody what is smart hospital, you would say people, environment, systems, all connected on one single platform is a smart hospital. And that's a logic which everybody knows. There are a lot of displayers who are part of this system, so they exactly would say the same thing. As a consultant, I would say the smartness starts from the designing of the building. As Nilesh was saying, the owners say, I have a lot of place, I want to create an hospital. But does the smartness start from there? No. The smartness starts from the selection of material, selection of engineering equipment, selection of the building, and that's where the architect should come in. Basically, as ma'am says, it's a horizontal building, is the best place to have an hospital. Its evacuation, marking, wayfinding is what it should be. And when you say infrastructure, as a smart is when a patient comes in, he knows exactly where he has to reach, which doctor he has to go, is registration done dynamically or algorithmically. He knows exactly what his problems are. It should be all connected with the wayfinders and everything. That is something on a system wise. But smartness also comes on the fact that we select the right generators, select the right UPS system, select the right HVAC. And the architect should help us, instead of creating a glass box, please use a lot of brick mortar and a glass, because that reduces your mu factor and reduces the selection of the HVAC. And where that happens, automatically your energy reduces. And that's where the energy efficiency comes into picture. So when you say oblique motor, if you remember, old times used to have walls about 6 to 7 inches or 8 inches thick with a small cavity inside. That's the best way of cooling. Why not use that again? And that way, we should again go back to the fact that we can save a lot of energy and power, because AC is about 70% of your consumption, especially in hospitals. Even selection of your equipment could be different for your OTs, different from your OPDs, different for your... So why not have chillers for everything? No, chillers will run for the entire day and it will consume what? You can never predict that. Similarly, as you sir said, life safety. Life safety, it's connected, but it's never monitored. Selection of the right shafts. If you look at the design of a building, I find there are very few ducts and shafts available for carrying the cables. There are small niches given, okay, use that for putting your cables. It's not so. Then you need to have a right room to monitor the entire systems. We say, okay, the client says, give me a BMS system, but give me a room which is about 2 feet by 2 feet or 4 feet by 4 feet and monitor the entire building. How can it be done? We use cameras, but cameras only done for post-mortem. Why not do it regularly and monitoring it every day? So when all these systems are active, you can actually create a smart system. Today we talk about VR, we talk about IoT, we talk about AI in systems and processes for well-being of patients. But is it being monitored? It's all data is collected. Where the data goes, it's there in the storeroom. Something happens, we'll look into it. Fire alarm. As you said, sir, detectors are there, panels are there, but there is no way when people come out, they don't know where to run. They don't know which is the exit sign. And this can be done by creating a right infrastructure. But infrastructure, if you're creating a right infrastructure, you have to put money into the cabling, you have to put money in the infrastructure. And when you design on the budget of the premises, 10-15% is for engineering, 90% is for ambience and for the building, for creating a proper, what you call as wow building. But a wow building is not going to help the patients. So as I said, the smartness has to come from the design stage, not later when you have everything in place. So right way is to have everything connected, see what happens, where the persons can go, are his data connected? Because we did one hospital and we actually created a platform from the patient being registered, his medical history transferred to the telepresence rooms, to the remote doctors outside, because they can see the operations, and then the entire data is on a card. Your medical history, the files on a card. So you go to a lab, you put in the card, and you have the data. So this is where the smartness comes in. So it is mindset. It is not technology, or it's just wires, or it's just selection. It's how you use it. And as I said, when you use the smartness, why don't people use the operations and maintenance team into the basic design? They should be involved first, because they are going to manage the building once they are handed over to them. A lot of people say, oh, was it there? I am not aware of it. Was the system included? We are not aware of it. And they could actually also help the owners save a lot of money, because they exactly know what happens. And that's where the smartness actually comes in. So everybody says smartness is all wiring, connectivity. No, this is where it starts from the base of the design and the project. Even selection of the land, as you said, is very important. If I select a land, how far is the fire brigade from the area? I don't know. The fire brigade is going to take about what, 15-20 minutes? We don't know. Then there are lanes which are packed. Somebody from the hospital has to say that don't pack it up. Because I was involved in one of the, if you remember, today we have 198, 192. There was 122 for an integrated platform for ambulance, police and fire brigade. So once you dial 122, everything is linked. It was a big gimmick, political benefit was there, but people did not understand the importance of it. It did happen in few years, but it has to go on the forefront. And I think the hospital people, somebody who has run the hospital, should actually push the government for it. It's a fast track. Thank you. That's what I said, because when you say smartness, everything says, okay, all connected is smartness. No, it has to come from the mindset, people being trained from it, people being used in the design elements. Architects can play a major role. I was part of the new Amari Hospital later, the new one, Bhuvnesh. Yeah. Then I was also part of Krishna Medical. I had done a lot of government hospitals in Mumbai. As engineers, we have to say something, then we keep quiet because nothing is going to happen. So I need the support from everybody to see that everybody says it's smart hospital, but to the core of smartness. Thank you.
I have something to say, one moment. I have something to say. I have come to Pune in 2019, and after coming to Pune, in fact, I am working for Sahyadri Hospital, let me tell you. At Sahyadri Hospitals, all the Sahyadri hospitals were upgraded. So, as Mr. Sane has mentioned that the smartness has to come, I would like to invite all of you to visit any of the Sahyadri hospital where the smartness is implemented for fire and safety gadgets. So please do come, visit. It is a no man's safety, no man's fire and safety system which is installed at Sahyadri Hospital all across. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Assembly points make a major difference in any hospital. If you don't have the right assembly points, people run helter-skelter, and that's the reason the panic situation happens where people jump out of it. Maintenance, as you said, actuators are there. People know we have put actuators, done, dusted. When it goes into actual working, it is never operating. Because the power is cut off, UPS, it needs UPS. UPS is not provided. So everything is on paper, nothing on actual, and that's the sad part.
Thank you very much. All the aspects covered by the expert really are very, very vital, and actually they have to be adopted as a genetic footprint in the designing process itself for a greater success of the hospital and future to come. And very important point which Mr. Sane made is about seamlessness between designing and transitioning into operational is the most crucial, and which is typically a weak link which need to be strengthened very strongly. So they have to be inducted at least 6 to 7 months in advance so that they are part of the implementation and then training and handover. So thank you very much for your patience. Thanks the organizer once again for the opportunity.
To our panelists, thank you very much for sharing your experience with us. Of course, we are slightly over time, but the amount of wisdom we have gained from all of our panelists today compensates for the additional time that we have taken. I think one highlight of the discussion was, for me at least, one takeaway was it's important that the design follows the function and not the other way around. I think if we can implement that, that's something that we can, it's a very valuable takeaway for all of us. So thank you very much. For the benefit of interaction, we have scope for just one question very swiftly, since we want to encourage interaction. Do we have any questions from our audience? Yeah, okay. Very quickly, please, because we're a little bit over time.
So, very soon we are going to have a new hospital set up in New Bombay. And I was part of the architecture meeting also. The idea was like to build a modern hospital, but the mindset was saying that every square foot should be used in a proper way to maximize the revenue. So how to mitigate this point? Because owners are really looking forward for this, and architecture battle on this part.
So I addressed this during my, am I audible?
Yeah.
So when I was talking, I said, keeping all these things, whatever the four of us have, expressed here, and maintaining operational efficiency are not contradictory, they are complementary to each other. Definitely, maybe yes, the cost may be high, the capex may be high, but operational efficiency is the best if all these things are incorporated right at the beginning stage. That's my view. You can add, Nilesh.
Your promoter need to see the projects where almost 25% energy saving is happening per day. Then they will understand the importance of that and they will move ahead. Otherwise, unless until they see it, they will not going to do it. So please do that so that it will be useful for you also.
You know what, Nilesh, the commercial parameters, the commercial buildings that have come up have spoiled the entire mindset. Everything is ROI, per square foot cost. That is for the computers and everybody working on that. But when it comes to patient, it is not, it is a life of one person. So it is not an ROI for per square foot, but it is the lifespan of the project and the deliveries and the medical system that comes into picture.
So taking a cue from Sharad, I'd like to invite you to my hospital in Baner, Manipal Hospitals. Please do come. And it's a brand new building, 1 year old. Do come, visit us, and I think most of your questions will be addressed there.
Such a successful panel discussion that we can see camaraderie building so efficiently. So thank you very much to all of our panelists, and please a round of applause. We shall, due to paucity of time, we shall very swiftly move on to the last two sessions before our networking break. The first session will be a presentation on digitization in healthcare, the revolution for resolution. In short, the revolution for resolution. And our speaker is Dr. Ashutosh Srivastava, who is the medical director of our venue today, the Aditya Birla Memorial Hospital. Dr. Ashutosh, can you please welcome me on stage?
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Ashutosh Srivastava, medical director from Birla Hospital. Basically, digitalization in healthcare is for patient engagement. Now the topic, this is digitalization. You can interrupt me anytime when you have any query. And secondly, this is definitely a subject of digitalization. Since morning we are hearing everyone new to this topic. So in case if I am not able to answer, I will pass and someone from the audience can answer the query. So because of digitalization, from last means in year 2000, life expectancy was 64 years, which has increased to 72 years nowadays. And the thing, we have apps on our in the pockets, and which is going to tell you every time what precautions has to be taken, and every time they used to alarm about the next activity. And now the things which has been developed in the year. So first is non-invasive interpretation. So like calcium scoring, in CT, in cardiac CT we do calcium scoring, which is non-invasive. So if the means there are multiple equipments like echo, then TMT and angiography, but this is a non-invasive calcium scoring, which helps whether to go for invasive studies and all. Then this digitalization, it was only 15 years back it was only used 30%, but now today it is used 200%, and within 5 years it will going to used by 600%. For example, knee replacement surgery, earlier when the imaging was not higher end, then knee replacement surgery was not that much not performed. But after 3D vision of digitalization of this radio imaging, this surgery has increased, and after 60 to 70 years, most of the people who are having arthritis and difficulty in walking, they are going for this surgery. In the earlier days, when there was impact injury, impact means impact facial injury, because of the high velocity trauma, it was very common, but it was not being treated, and there were multiple complications having like osteomyelitis or recurrent infections. So nowadays these can be treated because due to availability of implants. Then due to availability of CBCT in dental, the restructure of the dental problem has also been resolved. Then spine surgery, scoliosis type of things are also being reconstructed because of multiple implants available in the market, and they are not used, means they are not very open, but it has been operated within the time frame to get the corrections and avoid the nerve complications. In brain, we have neuronavigation awake surgeries. So these are being used for epilepsy, scar surgeries and all. Then prolapse disc keyhole surgeries are being used. For scopies in ENT, there are multiple surgeries which was not happening in the past, is now being done within time frame. In ophthalmology, angiography is done, and laser treatment is done because to resolve this retinopathy. Then in cath lab, we have hybrid cath lab, means while performing angioplasty, and we can go for open surgery also. Then nowadays robotics, with the help of robotic surgeries, as you see, surgeries earlier used to occur, means hospitalization was for 10 to 15 days for major surgeries, but because of robotic assisted surgery, all these surgeries are being converted into daycare. Patient is getting admitted, patient is being get all pre-workup, and then they get admitted for surgery, and they get admission in the morning and get discharged in the evening only. So surgeries like ecclesia cardia, then hysterectomy, they are being done by the robotic surgery, and patient stay is only for 12 to 20 hours, not more, not 24 hours also. Then in cancer treatment, many companies have come up with multiple resources. So it has also become very means very resourceful, and now the treatment is very means people can understand what is the treatment plan for them and what is the life expectancy. Definitely it has been increased by many folds. Then in cancer only we have PET, CT, gamma cameras, then linear accelerators. So every treatment means pinpoint focus has been defined to burn the cells of cancer, and interventional therapies can also be given. Then the best example was Corona time, in which because of artificial intelligence, CT scoring was developed, and without touching the patient, just asking the history, the treatment plan was designed. Means they have categorized the patients like from the age 30 to 50 years, or 50 to 70 years, or with comorbidities or without comorbidities. So they have designed with artificial intelligence. So there was no need to touch the patient, and the treatment was based only on symptoms and X-ray, CT and lab reports. So this was this is the only, I think this is the best platform where this digitalization has improved and means has come into limelight. Now this is the theoretical part. Now in digitalization, it has been categorized what machine can do and what man can do. So machine means surgeon can have tremors or means any other means an additional movements. From this instrumentation, there is no tremors and no complication, blood loss, all those type of things has been taken care, and the perfection has been developed. But definitely it is done by the guidance of surgeon only. So this has been categorized. You can see in the picture. Then significant impact of digitalization. So impact was many innovations have come into the many innovations has been developed, and they are being utilized, and earlier I have pointed out for all departments what is being done. And earlier Dr. Yavadekar has also already explained about the security and compliance and customer experience. Then this is paper to pixel, means this is all about digits. No paper has been involved into this. EMR is personal record, and EHR is the records of multiple people. So in personal record, patient can himself take all his records. Means this ABDM, Ayushman Bharat Digital. So they have mobile applications, and means when you keep your data into the UHI ID, it can be shared all over India. It's not necessary to that you have your documentation is available in this hospital or that hospital. Your data will be with you on your application, and you can have very easy access with any consultant all over India or all over the world where you want to access the opinion. Then key benefits of digitalization. This is the patient-centric where it has been already explained. Second is self-training. Self-training means doctors and all workers in the hospital, like nurses, technicians, anybody can take training anywhere in the world of their choice, of their subject, by webinar, virtual reality, then simulation. By these are the multiple modalities which are available for their training. Then this is in regular practice what is being done nowadays. For example, ambulatory use of ambulatory BP. In earlier days, it was said you have to take antihypertensive in the morning only. But after invention of this ambulatory BP, you can see, you can observe that when is the time for blood pressure to accelerate in 24 hours. So at that time you have to take medicine, not in the early morning. So there are some changes. There means major changes has been occurred because of all these gadgets. Then opportunities through digitalization, multiple skill professions. Only doctors and nurses were working in the hospital. Nowadays you can have we have biomedical engineers, data scientists, software engineers, then user experience designers, then product engineers. They are working in the hospital only. Then challenges and concerns. You can see mobile and laptop is used by a worker in the grounds. So I don't know, means in when we have to work, we don't put data into the system because not liking to enter data means that the thing is if she can enter the data, then why can't we? Then challenging concern is data security, privacy, interoperability issues, digital divide, and ethical dilemmas. Then this is the future of digitalization. And for improve efficiency, cloud migration has been, means in our hospital we have done cloud migration. The whole system is on means regarding patient data, operations, finance, everything is migrated. Then this is the last line, and digitalization means training through telemedicine is not a new subject. Eklavya was taking training with his statue, Dronacharya statue, and he has taken his thumb for decrease in proficiency. So, but nowadays we see that digitalization is just means you need to, for every system you have to start with your thumb only. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Interesting presentation. In fact, one of the highlights that I picked up from your presentation was how you've done the complete cloud migration. And in fact, that's been a theme this morning, cloud migration, artificial intelligence, and all the latest technology. And all of this, it's easy to say these things, but in order to effectively implement all this, it's important to find the right partner that you can work with to ensure that this is done and implemented in a streamlined and efficient manner. So who are these partners and where can we find them? It so happens that our next presentation is going to give us, it's going to show us how we can implement cloud solutions, AI solutions into our hospital systems. Our next speaker is Mr. Ankur Seth, who is the business head of cloud and AI of Tata Tele Services, Tata Tele Business Services, who is one of our partners for this initiative. So please help me welcome on stage Mr. Ankur Seth.
Perfect. Thanks a lot. First of all, thanks for patiently being there. I think whatever I'm going to present has been somehow or the other discussed. Probably one of my slides talks about what you asked, how to move on to, how to do a digital transformation. One of my slides talks about the data silos that is going to be there. Then one of my slides talks about the Chandrayaan, probably we heard about it when we started our session. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll just quickly compress it in 10 minutes so that people who are there, they've been waiting to go out and have some tea, have some snacks, have some breaks, and we'll just listen about it in 10 minutes. Whatever we've discussed in this particular session, this morning, we do the implementation. We are there on the ground. We are the ones who are there when the rubber meets the road. So what I want to do is I just will be talking about the 2 case studies where we've actually implemented these technologies. We've actually done the groundwork, and I'll share a few insights about them, and that's it. And that's where we'll end the session. So I am Ankur Seth. I head the cloud and AI piece in Tata Tele Services, and today I am here to just, as I mentioned, today I am here to just talk about those few case studies. But before going on to that particular piece, I just wanted to talk. Do we actually need all of those technologies that we've been talking about? We've discussed about blockchain. We've discussed about virtual reality. We've discussed about, I think, there are other pieces. Some of them were going above my head because I come from a non-medical background. So do we actually need it? Do we actually need the Falcon X rocket that will go into the space and then come back? Or we can just do our Chandrayaan landing on the moon with the GSLV rocket? That is the question that I want all of you to think about, because a lot of technologies are coming in, but are they actually relevant in the Indian context per se? Do we actually need all of those? I'll give you an anecdote. Back in the days when the smartphones were getting, famous. So I went out in the market. I was a young chap at that point of time. Had recently started my career. I purchased the Samsung Galaxy S3. It had a lot of features. I think there was one feature where you wave in front of the phone like this, and the images will change, right? The phone costed my salary. I deposited my entire salary to buy that particular phone. After 2 days, I never used it because people used to think I am probably mad because I'm waving in front of the phone. So, do we actually need all of those pieces? That's the question that I wanted to pose. I am a techie, but I feel that technology is always an enabler to the end means. It's not that we should chase technology. Technology should help us in delivering some of the business pain points, in delivering some of the patient pain points, in delivering some of the patient experience pain points per se. Okay. So, taking that cue, what is the latest development? We've heard about all of the buzzwords that are coming in. AR, VR, blockchain, AI, ML, etc. But according to me, this particular application, the Arogya Setu application, that was the big development, the groundbreaking development. What it did, it vaccinated 2 million people. It still today shows the vaccination status. If you use it efficiently, it will show who is the person who is suffering from COVID-19 across, near you, across in a certain radius parameter. So this is the simple jugaad use of technology that government of India did and probably enabled all of us Indians with the vaccine that came in. So we are looking forward towards this kind of technology which hits the Indian masses, which hits the rural Indians who are out there, who are devoid of the healthcare facilities, who are not having anything except, some Babaji to whom they go and to whom they talk. So that, according to me, is the real digitization that's coming in. So I think I already covered this. So what I'll do is I'll go into a particular case study. So this is one of our customer. The customer is based out of Bangalore, and what they did was they said ki, Ankan, I want to solve a particular business problem that's coming in. In one of my hospitals, the customer comes in, customer talks to a lot of people. Customer talks to the telecall center, customer talks to the one who's in front of the help desk, customer talks to the nurse, customer talks to the doctor. And then in this entire journey, I came to know that it's called clinical workflow probably. In this entire journey, customer is delving a lot of information, and that information is then, when you are again and again asking that particular information, customer gets irritated. So what happens? The customer's experience is spoiled, first thing. Second thing, vital information is also lost. So can you help me solve that particular piece? So what we did was, we said, okay, this is a very simple use case. What we said, okay, what we'll do is we'll keep small recorders in these touch points. These recorders will just record the information, the discussion that is happening with the doctor, the discussion that is happening in front of the nurse, the discussion that is happening at the telecall center. And what we did was we converted this entire piece into text, and then using that text we feed it into an AI model. That AI model generated a structured data for us and generated a Q&A form of data for the end doctor, for the end nurse, for the end telecaller who's sitting behind the phone. And that Q&A helped these guys to understand what the patient wants, understand what is the problem statement, understand what exactly is going on in that particular piece. So I'll just jump a little bit. So this is a live snapshot that I took yesterday from a POC that was running in one of the production systems. So this was the text that was generated. Probably it's a little bit relevant to you. I don't understand much about it. But then the system that we created, the small use case that we created, it emitted this kind of output. So there was a lengthy output there, but I'm just showing you a snapshot. It gives you a chatbot through which you can ask question about that particular patient, and that chatbot will give you all the answers. And what we did was we created a data pool, and in that data pool we merged all the patient's data that was there for that particular hospital to give out insights about which type of disease is going on these days, which type of customer is visiting, which type of patients are getting admitted, and what is the average duration for which the patient is staying in the hospital. So this is a very, very simple use case. I think we've all known about it, and this is what we've implemented. We've seen that there was a massive improvement in the normal productivity of the people who are supporting the patient. The nurse was there, the usual support staff who's there, the account guys who are there. All of these guys had access to this chatbot, and the moment they need any information, they just went onto that particular chatbot, they got their answers and they proceeded. And they did not wait to talk to the end patient, they did not wait to talk to the kins of the end patient to know that information and to do their usual task. So this was one of the live this is one of the live use case that we've implemented and is running in one of the hospitals out there in Bangalore. And then this particular piece is also being deployed in one of the hospitals in US. Then this another another use case. So, sir, I think this particular piece will solve or probably try and answer what you were asking. So, there is a mental healthcare institute out there in East India. What they said was they had their usual server systems, they had their usual data silos. I mean, all of the data was getting captured, even these sensors, what are there, they were capturing these data through the IoT devices, but it was all there in their own data rooms or the server rooms that we call. So what we did, we went into that particular hospital, we said, okay, we'll chart out a strategy, chart out a roadmap for you, where we'll say, okay, you are there at an on-prem kind of setup where everything is there in your in-house piece. What we'll do is we'll slowly move you into a managed hosting kind of space. Then we'll move you fully into the cloud. Then what we'll do is we'll integrate all the data sources that are there. We'll bring out the analytics of it, and then we'll implement the AI/ML. So what we've been talking since morning, that we want to do AI/ML, we want to do AR/VR, but all of that comes at a very later stage, sir. What happens is we take baby steps. We create a roadmap. I mean, we run 1 kilometer first, then 10 kilometers, and then we run the marathon. So this is the usual chart that we followed with this particular hospital. We enabled them to come out of their own data center, come out of their own data room. We said, okay, we'll slowly, in a phased-wise manner, we'll move you onto the cloud. Like I think sir mentioned that Aditya Birla is also there on cloud. We enabled this particular hospital to slowly move onto cloud. We enabled their ambulances to connect onto cloud on a real-time basis, so that there is a real-time monitoring for the kins of the end patient, for the nurses who are expecting that ambulance to come and bring in the patients. We also brought in the EHRs along with the blockchain, so that I think Ayushman Bharat scheme was being mentioned. We integrated them with that particular scheme, and then what we said, okay, going forward in next 6 months to 9 months, we'll bring in the AI/ML piece once they have a good amount of data set to experiment with. So this is the digital transformation journey that we laid out for them, and this is how they are moving ahead. So they are just now on this third stage where we've moved their entire data center, on-prem data center onto cloud, and we've given them a stable operation, a 24/7 managed services operation, and they are running pretty smoothly. So this is a comprehensive solution set that we provide. I mean, we give you data services, we give you connectivity services, we give you cloud, along bundled with the AI/ML and the blockchain services and all. Then we also give you collaboration pieces where your entire workforce that is there, they come together, they collaborate in an intelligent manner, and then produce effective results. So I'll just end probably. I think I'm on top of the hour. I think so. There are 2 slides, probably 3 slides that are missing, but we tailor our solutions onto 3 pillars. The first is that we remove the patient remove the patient expectations, just who's expecting that okay, he'll get some ilaj or something. We move away the patient from that particular piece. We bring the patient into a patient experience kind of setup where patient comes into the hospital, he gets that treatment, and he also gets a good experience. That's the pillar number 1. Pillar number 2 is we integrate all data, as sir mentioned. We bring in the intelligent insights. Then pillar number 3 is we bring in a collaborative approach between the workers who are there. I mean, the doctors, the support staff, the nurses, the entire ecosystem. We bring a collaborative approach and provide them tools to do so. And so taking these 3 pillars, we design the end solutions for our end hospitals, and we become an extended arm to their team to take them ahead on the digital transformation journey. I think with that, I end the piece. Probably it's been too much of talk since morning. Anything that you want to ask me, he'll only allow one question. If you can ask one more, probably it'll be good. So I hope, sir, probably, it was I mean, that slide did show some brief snippet on how we are moving on to the cloud piece. Yes, yes, sure.
Do we have any questions? Yeah. Afterwards, huh? Yeah, get the mic. 1 second. The mic. The guys in the back can't hear you, that's why. You and
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
This is Sudarshan from Graha Software Technologies, Bangalore. I'm from the IT field, so I'm more connected to what you have been talking about data and cloud migration, etc. One thing which caught my attention is
angle the mic, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
One thing which caught my attention is you mentioned about a patient narrating the problems he or she is going through, and using that using your technologies, ChatGPT, you have been able to parse the informations into organized way. Like there is some ICD classifications and similar those things. So you mean to say that the ChatGPT is capable to, based on the informations provided, like I am having interrupted or frequent neck pain, appropriate classes and hierarchies has been assigned and the code has been fetched.
Yeah, so what happens is, let's say when we are talking, so it's a normal piece. Let's take this away from the healthcare domain. Let's say you and me, we are talking. What will happen is they'll record the particular audio and then they'll convert it into a garbage text. After that conversion, we'll feed that entire piece into our AI model and that will generate a Q&A. Okay. After that Q&A, that particular garbled text becomes a structured data. And the moment it becomes a structured data, ChatGPT, the GPT model behind it, ChatGPT is the bot, the GPT model behind it will take up that structured data, you do an analysis with its existing learned models and then feed out the classification to you. So that's how it does it.
Hello, yeah. I'm a medical practitioner and hospital management consultant. So I have my patients. If I see my patient 2 times, both the time their statement will be different because they forget to tell something. So there is addition in their sign and symptoms.
Yeah.
So here how many times we are going to gather the information from the patient?
Good point. So what it does is, it will create, you can see, right? It will create the history as well and it will keep on adding the things to that particular piece. So date of initial examination, date of second examination, what did we figure out in the first examination, and then what was the symptom that came in the second examination, and then what is the usual trend line that's going in. So it takes in all the meetings. It's not like after 2 meetings or 3 meetings or 4 meetings it gives you an analysis. From the first meeting itself, it will give you an analysis because it already has a vast data set through which it has tailored its own models.
Yeah, that's really very good. But the thing is, as you mentioned in your description, that it is going to help the doctors or the nurses or the care provider to check that chatbot, right, to understand something. Now how, because you don't have to go and ask the patient and patient to relative, but it happens, we have to cross check with the patient because sometimes patient is not in the state of mind to tell every single thing.
Got it, yes. So I take that particular piece. So that's why when I started, technology is not, that is leading me. You are absolutely correct. So we are bringing in 95% of correct results out of it. There are times at 5% where there's something that's missing. But the thing is that, for the basic things, the basic scenarios, this is emitting out perfectly good results. But for any business, sorry, because I come from a business background, I bring in business all the time. For any healthcare critical elements, it will also give you a warning that please check with patient for this particular piece. And at that point of time, when you are getting that warning, you should check with the patient because the GPT model in itself is telling you that particular thing. For the basic things, let's say how many times you've been admitted, how many times did you, get fever from past 10 days. That particular piece, all the numerical quantitative piece, it is emitting out correctly. Okay. For anything, let's say it says, okay, I feel that, let's say perhaps this patient might be suffering from cancer, but you should use your own diagnosis to check that particular piece. So it also emits out that particular warning.
Thank you.
And the second piece, what we did was, I mean, we did this entire piece for the clinical workflow. I mean, the classification was an added advantage that we shipped out to the end customer and said, okay, this classification is also coming in. Do start checking out those classifications. So in case, I mean, doctor wants to accept it, that's good. In case they don't want to accept it, the clinical workflow gets automated. I mean, that particular benefit we are already driving through this particular solution.
Okay, CSD means clinical decision support system is also integrated in this.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So I think ma'am wanted to say that there could be some vital information which could be lost in the process because we are recording it only once. Am I right, ma'am?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think ma'am, we could use this technology at steps where the doctor is last involved and the doctor has to confirm whatever has been said first. So whenever a patient comes, he first registers, he tells the, just imagine the workflow that he first meets the reception person, where do I go? After entering to the OPD and the assistant nurse, and probably last, the doctor is open to ask more questions to validate whatever has been said. So I think, you know, I'm a doctor, so probably odd man out in a medical conference. So I would say, you know, every technology should be taken sometimes with a pinch of salt, sometimes with a fist of salt. So as Rajiv sir had said, it does not open a can of worms, it opens a sea of snakes. So we should always take technology as it comes, wherever it is applicable, and not think about the end result. And intervene wherever required. So that is where the doctor comes into play, that he says, key technology, it is okay till here, next, let me take it forward.
Agreed, totally agreed. Just one more minute. I mean, so I'll just add on one more piece to it, is technology should be only used to solve a problem, solve a pain point. It should not be that we create a pain point and then we say, okay, let's solve this using AI/ML. So I think we negotiated 4 questions from him, right? He was allowing only one.
So we are into the ambulance business, almost running ambulance services last 15 years. And this particular piece may be useful for pre-hospital care when the patient has been transported to the hospital. So currently we have developed one smart ambulance wherein the entire patient details has been relayed to the receiving hospital. This piece of AI, if we integrate into that solution, the entire patient details during the transfer, which is gathered by the paramedic, can be transferred to the hospital and can be used for a pre-diagnosis. I believe so.
Yeah, totally agreed. Especially in the case where in India we do not have, I mean, that much abundance of trained manpower. So let's say ambulance is going ahead. We are just recording whatever is coming in and we are just creating a Q&A so that once the patient reaches over there, we have something there to show to the medical, persons or the reps who are there, there to cater to that patient.
Lot of discussions happens between the paramedic, nurse, drivers and the patient as well as the relative en route to the hospital. So that information can be useful to convert this kind of, the balanced data and for the receiving hospital and for the early diagnosis, I believe.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Absolutely bang on. Thanks a lot.
Just before you go, Uncle, thank you very much for your presentation. It's fascinating to see how you, first of all, identify what the issue is and how you chart out the roadmap. And your very first point, do we even need all of these fancy gizmos and technology? It's interesting to see how you identify the pain point, if there is any, and go about solving it. Thank you very much, please. And negotiated 4 questions. Well, I'm all too happy to have even 10, 15 questions, but of course, time and all of us should have the, the patience to be a part of the session. So thank you very much for your patience and attention for the last couple of hours. I'm sure that the sessions have been informative and insightful for all of you. We shall now get into a short 15-minute break where it's a networking opportunity. This entire conference is all about, as you can see, networking for accelerated healthcare growth. So please take this opportunity to network with your peers in the cafeteria on the ground floor, where we have some refreshments that are being served as well. So look forward to seeing you all back here in approximately 15 minutes time. Thank you very much for your attention. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We shall continue with the second panel discussion for the conference session today. And the topic of today of this panel discussion is new healthcare delivery channels. Please help me welcome on stage our panelists, starting with Mrs. Manisha Mantri, who's the Joint Director of CDAC. We also have Dr. Tushar Gawad, who's the COO of Kingsway Hospital. Dr. Sudhir Rai, who's the COO of Grant Medical Foundation, Ruby Hall Clinic. One of our regular guests for most of our conferences, Dr. Mudit Saxena, who's the MD and CEO of Cure Hospitals. And finally, our moderator for this discussion, Mr. Vinod, who's the CEO of Jahangir Hospitals. So new healthcare delivery channels. First of all, what are those new healthcare delivery channels and how can we implement these channels in our systems and hospitals that are currently in place? This is going to be the discussion. Mr. Vinod, the stage is yours.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. With your permission, can we start? Yeah. All right. I think since morning we have been having a lot of discussions. We spoke about how the designing of the hospitals need to be done. We spoke about how technology is playing a role in the healthcare. But, we would like to give you all another perspective of the complete healthcare right now. If you look at the healthcare in Indian context, we are at a very unique situation thanks to COVID, and you can see that uniqueness pre-2020 and post-2020. I was just on a lighter note telling someone, last year we produced more softwares than doctors in the country. Yeah. So we have been completely taken by storm in last 3 years. So if you look at, on a broader perspective, Indian healthcare is a private economy and it's not government. You look at patient-centric healthcare in urban area and there is a healthcare disparity in rural area wherein you are struggling to get a bed. On a government front, you have a maximum outreach. The forest clinic, primary healthcare clinic belongs to government, but there's no infrastructure there. And then you have in a big cities, you are talking about robotics, you are talking about all the possible intelligence, all the possible technology. As a country, we are still saying we are price sensitive, but we are talking about new technology will attract a lot of capex. So that's a critical place where we are as a country. And what is the solution? The solution is a technology. That's what we have been discussing, and that's the reason why we all are here. So when we talk about technology, we are going to, we talk about telemedicine, teleconsultation, we talk about health tech, we talk about, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and all this also come with pros and cons, what you can implement, what you can't implement. So guys, we are going to discuss this. I'm very happy to be part of this August gathering, and we have a very eminent speakers with us. To begin with, Dr. Rai. Dr. Rai is COO of one of the very reputed organization in Pune. We have Dr. Mudit. Dr. Mudit has a very steadfast reputation in healthcare across the country. We have, and he is the CEO and MD of Cure Hospital, which runs single specialty as well as the multi-specialty hospitals in the country. We have Dr. Tushar, who is a COO and comes from Central India, Nagpur, wherein he worked there. And we have Miss Manisha Mantri, and more relevant to all the discussion today, because she is a Deputy Director, Joint Director with CDAC, which is a Center for Development of Advanced Computing, right from cloud computing to health analytics to everything what we can see. It's an autonomous body under the Ministry of Information Technology. So I have noted few questions, and probably we could start with you and then we can go there. So as we are discussing about new healthcare delivery channels, we all talking about telemedicine, mobile health, wearables, online platform, and so on and so forth. So the first point which we can discuss is how can digital solutions such as EHR, EMR, HAI systems be efficiently implemented to improve the overall efficiency and streamline the healthcare workflow?
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone, and I am really honored and being pleasure having with all of you here today. So I would touch upon the, I would rather not talk about the technologies that we all have discussed in the morning, but rather talk about how these then can be worked efficiently in a hospital environment and what we want. So in the morning, Dr. Rajiv talked about 4 Ps, and for bringing those 4 Ps, personalized care, proactive care, then preventive care, and there's one another P. So for all of it to come together and for all the technologies to work together, we're talking about telemedicine, we're talking about various health systems. You have HMIS, you have IoT, you have different data coming in. For all these systems to work together, what you want is the seamless exchange of this data, right? If this data is available in silos in this hospital, within my PHR, in my handheld device, or in some other hospital, it's not going to work. So what we essentially want is seamless accessibility, availability of this data. And for all of this to happen, we have so many challenges. Those needs to be addressed. One and the foremost I would talk about is my forte, and I love it a lot, is the interoperability. When we say that the systems have been built, they're developed for a different purpose. Everybody start with a use case, a problem statement, or a pain point, as discussed in last sessions. And then you try to solve that problem, but the problem is solved, but we are not thinking beyond using this data beyond only for that purpose, and make sure it is available for other purposes. And we have so many use cases, and I think everyone would agree to me that what data can do if it is available at one place from all the different data sources. So interoperability definitely needs to be addressed. And if we have all the electronic health records and medical records in a standard format, that would help us achieve interoperability. So standard format, I doesn't say that it's just one standard to adopt. There are layers of standardization that has to happen. One is just not the syntactic interoperability. Like we are aware of some standards, we all would have heard about them, HL7, DICOM. Those are syntactic interoperability standard for health record, for medical images. But just not having a syntactic standards won't help, because the data, although in a structured format, kept in Z segments or extensions, or for that matter, user-defined custom data elements and IODs, will not at all help the other receiving systems to understand the data and try to work on that data. So what you need additionally on top of syntactic interoperability is semantic interoperability, where the meaning of the data is also preserved and exchanged and understood. So I saying MI, he saying myocardial infarct, he saying heart attack would be the same, that has to be conveyed to the system so that system can use it for better analytics. Of course, we have so many generative AI solutions and the solutions which will help you. But if you have, from the beginning, if you have a clean, clear data, captured, curated data, it will be easier for any system to process it. And then comes a third layer, which is organizational interoperability. People say, you know, this software doesn't work in my hospital because we have a different workflow. And this software works only in my hospital because this is catering to only my workflow. So how can this be possible? We have to come to some standard mechanism of making standardized workflow that will help to improve quality as well as make the solutions usable across the system. So we're not saying that with this we will kill innovation. Innovation has to be there. Innovation happens at the way the solution is implemented, the way your UI UX is implemented, the way solution is used for the use case. For example, the smart cards for medical history just was talked in the earlier session. But it will help you to improve quality and help you to interoperate. So I would take a pause after this maybe, and then we can have any follow-on questions.
Thank you so much, and we will discuss with you definitely later about interoperability and UHI and the entire architect of it. Dr. Tushar, would you like to give your views on the same question.
Yeah, so basically the efficiency can tremendously improve by implementation of technology in hospitals. So for that matter, the fourth P that you were mentioning, I believe it was preventive. So even on the public health aspect, the technology can help in gathering data, as I think Dr. Sonal mentioned earlier, that we don't have data on HAIs in India because there is no reporting or there is under-reporting. So if technology is implemented appropriately, capturing of data and timely capturing of data is possible. The amount of efforts that we put in healthcare, especially in hospitals, being a labor-intensive industry, a lot of people work in hospital. A lot of that work can be done by technology for us, and those people can be used more efficiently. So I think someone was speaking about technology being used, I think Tata telepresentation, to capture the information when during the conversation. So with speech to text, for an example, it was and it has been used for many years in radiology, primarily in hospitals. I think Nuance was one of the first companies to come with the speech to text with 95% accuracy. So today there are many other technologies available in speech to text, including now there is a company called Ognito. So if we can use the speech to text integrated with the EHRs, a lot of documentation which happens in hospitals, which is primarily done by data entry operators or medical transcriptionists, at times even doctors, including RMOs or clinical assistants, can be taken care of by technology. Obviously, as someone said earlier, that it is not a substitute. So we'll have to validate and we will have to ensure that it's 100% accurate, because we work in a field where we may save 99 lives, but even if one life is lost, then we will be held responsible for that loss of one life. So we cannot substitute human beings with technology, but it can complement. So in a hospital, as she said, every hospital has its own software. Every hospital says that I cannot integrate with other technology, maybe because of the software that I'm using. But if this initiative taken by the government of India, which she was speaking about, works out well, then at the back end, I believe the data can flow, and across organizations, across hospitals, not only in chain of hospitals, but even between two chain of hospitals, there can be data exchange. And this will help us in multiple ways, also on the front of, I think, reducing the cost of healthcare. Though people say that technology is expensive and upfront you will have to entail a lot of cost, but if you look at the long term, I think the cost should go down. And if used appropriately, the cost will definitely be optimized. I think that is a better word to be used, instead of reduced, with help of technology. And that includes the manpower cost as well. That's my take on it.
Thanks, Dr. Tushar. Dr. Mudit, few quick comments from you.
Thanks. So I'll make it quick. Thank you very much, and I'll take a leaf out of Manisha in terms of when you just called us up, we were discussing this point only. And a lot of youngsters here, so I was addressing, trying to understand from her how the EHR is going to evolve and how the platform is being built. What I could understand from her is, of course, what she mentioned to you, that we are creating the basic platform where the language could be understood across, and then it's not only from syntax point of view, it is also from the communication perspective also, that how the knowledge gets transferred across. Now, a lot of youngsters here, and I was trying to ask her that would this be blockchained in terms of would you be able to personalize that data across? And once this gets, because in India, one of the biggest challenges is not only capturing the data, but also capturing the right data. And I think in the previous session, one of the gentlemen asked a question that, the lady over there asked a question that how do we ensure that every time the patient comes, he has a different side of story to talk of, or maybe he or she has missed up on part of the disease or part of the complaints. And I think that's where the blockchain comes in, where it actually becomes an imprint there, where you know what your history has been. And I see a kind of what's happening in an Indian demographic pattern when you look at it. This technology would actually complement the healthcare bit, which he was mentioning, where you will see that the patient who has undergone, we are seeing a huge amount of increase in obesity, metabolic syndromes, diabetes, and this is going to perpetuate into more of cardiovascular diseases, nephrology-based diseases, later stages when you're talking about maybe bone and joint diseases coming in. How do we address that, and how does it translate? And that's where the care provider comes in. If it's blockchain, you know this guy had hypertensive for past 5 years. Do we create a model where there is a separate section of the healthcare providers, which is your TPAs and medical insurances, which is saying that we are holding a seminar, can you be a part of it? Because this is talking about reducing your hypertensive or changing your lifestyle modification. You need to be a part of this program. And if you're going to be a part of this program, like we doctors are incentivized right now, we have to do CMEs and then only we get a next level certification. Similarly, if you be a part of this metabolic, maybe a lifestyle change program, your next premium will go down by this much. So you're going to incentivize either by financial incentivization or maybe you get a discount on your treatment protocols. That is a part 2 on that. So that's where I think this whole structure is moving in the future times, where the service provider, which will be your TPAs or insurances, or your healthcare provider, where she comes into place, where the CDAC creates a platform, where the hospitals directly talk to the walk-ins and say, okay, you have come here, you have had metabolics, you had hypertension, today you have come with maybe renal diseases. It has a is it perpetuated by your long-standing hypertension or is it a separate occurrence? And that's where the whole decision-making matrix will come in, and that will determine how the healthcare has to be delivered. And that will be delivered by a lot of you guys who are sitting here, who are youngsters, who are MHAs, and who are now moving into these zones. And I think that's where you need to be very, very clued on how this whole business of evolution of IT into healthcare, medical records and deliverance is coming. I'm not touching on AI, VR, ML. I think that we'll keep it for the further part of our conversation. But restricting myself to EHRs and medical records, I think that's where the whole system is going to translate. I think there has been a joke which is going around a lot in WhatsApp. A guy goes to a McDonald's and says, I want a cheeseburger, double cheeseburger, and this, and he says, excuse me, sir, hold on, I can see from my data, you are not entitled for cheeseburger, you're not. At the end, he gets a slice of tomato and he's asked to get out of the system. So, is this what it's going to move on? I don't know who will have access to data. She will be the right person to define, because there would be definitions on who will have access to data, till what level that data would be accessed. But then this will surely determine a productive and a healthy population, which will reduce the disease burden on the healthcare systems. Across the world, countries are spending about 8 to 10% of their GDPs or even higher. US goes up to 15 to 16% of their GDPs spending on healthcare, whereas the UK goes on to 8%, whereas India is at a government spend of 1.1, 1.2, with an overall about roughly around 5.8 to 6. So are we moving into that direction, which will reduce into the disease burden of the system and make a more productive and a healthy population?
Thanks. And finally to you, Dr. Rai.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me here. I'm basically an operation person. So what my take in this is that getting your stakeholders to agree. Being paperless and the spendings that they've done on the paper and converting it into a digital platform has been the greatest headache. Making them understand that how this thing will change has been the biggest headache. Making them spend. So have this entire functionality and the spending understood and making it understandable to the stakeholders, which is just not the top person. It's even the IT who has to understand what all the other stakeholders are requiring, what the patient wants to take home. Because there many times they say, I need paper. But you have to make them, train them and understand that they can take it in their phone. They don't have to carry the entire baggage. So training them, making them understand interoperability, which Manisha ji said, this is something which will make a huge difference, because we have a lot of multi-vendors doing multiple things in lab, somebody in radiology, and the system doesn't work with the existing EHR that we take. So interoperability, so choosing wisely which software you're going to take and what you're going to do with further thing. That is going to be the major understanding that we have to take home. Having training is the second important thing, that you have to plan well in advance. If it's not done, it will lead to a disaster where consultant says, I'm better off writing it. they become the biggest hurdle. Because even after they take the digital, they want to print it and they want to add something. So if you do not train people properly, it will lead a lot of disheartening or inconvenience or half utilization of EHR. You have to make everybody understand that these things will be smoothly taken forward. You will get all your patients' details well in advance as he walks in. So there are many other things which these gentlemen have spoken. I think I have made my operational part very clear. In implementation, these things have to be taken. Even today, I think digital signature is not stamped signature. What we give is stamped signature. So understanding digitalized signature and making it legally correct is a big hurdle today. So still medical legal things have to be printed out. So implementation of EHR has still a lot of mileage to go, and all of us are today working towards it. Thank you.
Well said, Dr. Rai. God lies in implementation, I think so. And very well said by Dr. Mudit as well, and Tushar. Yeah, we are talking about EHR, and we are still, half of the hospitals have still not implemented HMIS. And it's like, pager went out and mobile came in. So EMR, nobody is talking. So we are talking about the EHR, we are talking about the interportability, we are talking about the open networks, we are talking about UPI of healthcare, UHI. We are going to come to these topics and we are going to discuss this in length. But these are our takeaways. Let's move on to the second question, which is about, about what is healthcare? Healthcare is all about accessibility, affordability, and transparency. Are these some of the biggest challenges in Indian healthcare system right now? Some of us may be privileged to sit and be a part of the big hospitals in better cities wherein things are easily accessible, but not that's the case when we look at the complete country. So accessibility, affordability, and transparency are some of the biggest challenges we are dealing with. What could be the solutions for these challenges, and how do we see the technology could help us to deal with these challenges? We could start with, go ahead, Dr. Tushar.
As I said, the cost of healthcare, part of it is also cost of accessing healthcare. So when you say that we are privileged to be here and maybe have hospitals immediately available to us, a lot of our population stays in areas where there are not enough hospitals or good tertiary care hospitals. So they spend a lot of money in accessing that healthcare. And it's not just the money that they spend in traveling to a city, but also the money that they lose because they are not earning on that day. They are not working. So technology can bridge this and reduce this cost of accessing healthcare. So telemedicine, as most of us have experienced it during the pandemic, has been adopted. And I think those operational challenges which Dr. Rai mentioned, it was very easy or relatively easier for us administrators to convince the doctors to use telemedicine during the pandemic because there was no other option available. So a lot of doctors adopted telemedicine. So with this telemedicine modality, now the patients in the remote areas can get access to consultations, especially those ailments which are chronic ailments like diabetes and hypertension, or ailments which primarily do not need physical examination, including some skin ailments, or for that matter even follow-up patients of these diseases. They need not travel all the way, they can get opinions over a teleconsultation. And with the technology being developed, even CDAC, I understand from Manisha, has developed platforms for teleconsultation. One of them is called Mercury, and I think there's one more. eSanjeevani portal, which is like well known amongst everyone. So these can be used, and along with the platforms, now there are devices available. One of the companies is Neurosynaptics, which is working on this, and Tata Tele also, we had a presenter here. So there are periscopes, digital stethoscopes, there are periscopes, dermascopes, then digital Dopplers, fetal Dopplers, as well as there are point of care technologies available which can be integrated with these platforms. And the doctor will have the access to all the information that the doctor would need sitting remotely, maybe in Pune, but providing the opinion to a patient who may be, say, 300 kilometers or 200 kilometers away from here. So these technologies obviously help us in bringing healthcare to the doorstep. and then these can be also adopted in different forms like healthcare on wheels or clinic on wheels, and then there are drug dispensing machines also available. I think Global has done a lot of good work on this front in East India primarily. So this is my short take on the question. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Mudit, if I may ask you the same question, but not from a hospital context, because I think so you could, with your rich experience, you can speak not only about the curative part, let's talk about the preventive and wellness part.
Fair.
How is that technology can help us, because the healthcare actually lies there and not in the hospital. So, or probably it lies at both the places.
So I'll touch upon both if that permits me. So I think there's an interesting point which he talked about telemedicine, and we all witnessed that during the time of COVID. There was a huge amount of patient acceptance for telemedicine. It was just because you were pushed towards to a situation that you started adopting technology at that point of time. The other way of looking at it, and I think many of you may agree or may not agree, is also by seeing how the technology industries which were providing, or technology platforms which were providing these solutions, how did they fare? Suddenly I see a huge amount of rise in Practos and M-Finds and everyone, and they started doing extremely well because they were technology platform, they were providing solutions on that. Post-COVID, I start finding that the patients have gone back to their original thought process of, we have to meet the doctor. We still want the doctor to come and touch us, feel us, and do that. And suddenly I start seeing a slump in the same volumes, numbers which they were talking about. So let's address this, that healthcare is not only about providing technology. At the end of the day, a human touch, the empathy bit still is required, which may not be a substitute through a technology-based solution. So at the end of the day, we need to address that bit also in terms of when we are providing a solution. One of the questions which we were talking about was in terms of safety, which you raised about how the technology bit is providing. Interestingly, when you look at the solutions which are being provided by artificial intelligence right now, I think that's a leap which is taking place. When you look at Johns Hopkins, you look at MIT, you look at Stanford, what they are doing right now. Typically, to talk to a pathologist and you do a biopsy for a patient and you do the scanning of the slide, he'll do 10 high power fields or he'll do 20 high power fields per slide because he has a bunch of slides to see them. Today the AI is doing 20 sections, full slide, and that is for the same patient. At the end of the day, you are not missing a single cancer cell in that slide. When you're doing this, the patient safety is of paramount nature. There is negligence part drops down drastically in that. So at that point of time, you're talking about how technology is supplementing the consultants as well as the people who are providing healthcare. In terms of preventive care, which we were talking about, how technology is done, and that has happened prior to this, which was happening in other areas, which is in remote areas where they've been monitoring healthcare, and he was talking about it, that in remote areas, are you able to monitor the health of the patient, what they're doing, and there have been phenomenal success rates with I don't know if you remember, this is somewhere about 7-8 years ago. It started off as an initial program, project, where they did this health slate. Health slate was roughly, they started off in north with, in Jammu and Kashmir, basically Punch, Punch and these area sectors which were remote areas. Women over there were delivering, but the infant mortality rates were very high there, and mainly reason being that they were not getting proper iron and folic acid supplements, which was resulting in low hemoglobins, and as a result, when the deliveries would happening, if they were bleeding, there would chances of both maternal mortality and infant mortality rates being high. So the government started with this health slate program, and this was through a private team which worked on it. They were able to at that point of time monitor the health of the woman, where ASHA workers were given these templates where they could actually punch in the hemoglobin. And at the same time, their backpacks which we all carry with us, the backpacks which we have, the laptop bags, they were made of solar panels. through which a dry biochemistry could be run through that solar panel, and it could also connect their mobile phones and they could transmit it to the satellites. And that would reach to the primary healthcare center, which was based out of Jammu or nearest center city, tier 1 town or tier 2 town. Because these healthcare workers ASHA workers would travel about 10 kilometers uphill, which would take them almost, they would reach there once in a month or once in 15 days to take care of these pregnant women. But the interventions were stat. The moment you were sharing your database in terms of the hemoglobin levels, the doctor would send you an on an SMS that give folic acid, iron, folic acid this much, this is the, and then add this, Bicosools, whatever it is, he would send a prescription and the ASHA worker would deliver it there itself. She would carry the medicine also. In a 6-month time, the delivery pattern showed the drop in maternal mortality rates to almost about 10 to 15% and increase in the infant survival rates equally. So there was a phenomenal uptake of technology, and I'm talking about 10 years ago. So if that could be making changes at that grassroots level in healthcare delivery systems, and I'm not talking about hospitals right now, I'm talking about healthcare delivery systems which are happening there. Huge amount of throughput which comes in there. Same thing happens in machine learnings also, and in terms of your data processing which we are talking about in patient safety, how the current data which is being coming through, if we have been analyzing it, we are not only seeing this data analytics in terms of how the patient is performing, it has actually gone a step ahead in certain areas where when you look at the US, the DRG codes, once they come in, they are also able to track which consultant is actually requiring more training in a certain area. And he is upgrading his skill set and competency so that the deliverance becomes more effective. So I think from a patient safety point of view, it opens up a huge amount of opportunity where patient will be treated well. And it comes back to the point I started with, it reduces the disease burden a lot.
Thanks, Dr. Modi. Dr. Rai, if you have some comments, probably.
Yeah, basically, COVID had really opened a lot of opportunity. It did help teleconsultation. There were even patient monitoring devices where the patient would be in the bed in a room and we are observing it on the online outside in the desk because nobody wanted to go in 100 times to check that patient. And then there was this consultations which were also monitored in the hospital many a times, not having multiple rounds, single rounds, and then rest is on teleconsultation within the hospitals. All these services were there, but it was all regional located. It was not sent till the periphery. Even today, periphery in PHCs, you don't have teleconsultation. They don't get an access. We are not able to extend these services which we are talking in urban area to the rural sectors. Even in urban areas, we have very few diagnostic OPDs because the cost factor in a hospital to an OPD cuts down a lot because your spending is less. Your high-end doctors refuse to use teleconsultation. Getting those people into a fixed hours and the CEOs thinking into giving this second consultation in terms of teleconsultation for rural people instead of they traveling all the way. These are few ideas in terms of accessibility which I feel people can take it forward, and this can really make a lot of change. Government did definitely take a stand by drug pricing control, making e-prescription in WhatsApp acceptable via FDA. So government is doing its part, but the private sector needs to open and widen its view in terms of increasing this accessibility, accepting probably some of the this Ayushman Bharat and all that into their hospital services, and stakeholder really think that it's not just profitability, it's even service. It would make a huge difference in accessibility.
That's true. The head which wears the crowns is always heavy.
Can I add a word on this? Sorry, I'll just add a word. So I think it's a very important point he raised, and I take a leaf out of my experience in terms of when the telemedicine teleconsultations were on during COVID. India does have this challenge in terms of the language barriers. I remember getting calls with one of my colleagues in Bangalore, and he was on one of these platforms for doing teleconsult, and he says, I get a call from Bihar and the guy is talking in a language I can't understand, Mudit. And I'm saying, what is the problem? He's saying, mere pet mein baita hai. What the hell is baita? So I said, bhai, it's a spasmodic pain. That's what he's trying to tell you. He said, oh, so the child has a spasmodic pain. I said, exactly. He said, then I'll write this. I said, and then the guy is saying कि मैं आपको आधे घंटे बाद phone करूँगा. This guy is talking in broken Hindi. That guy has no clue on Kannada. He is not efficient with English at all. And I think those are the challenges which we started facing with. And at that point of time, it was a necessity. But there is not a common language which I think partly she can break through. But that common language doesn't exist or bind us. Also, you need to understand what is the local formulary which is available in that place, which this guy needs to prescribe, the patient can procure. Those are the challenges which needs to pop up for a consultant when he's prescribing that, look, this is what is in that area available. Can we do those kind of repositories and formularies at the back end, which can integrate when you are prescribing? This will be the one where a next step of effective medication comes through for telemedicine to be successful, to know what is locally available and made available to the patient. Sorry.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mudit. So when Dr. Rai was saying that, the management or the CEOs need to think about Ayushman Bharat, so I said on a lighter note that, the crown which wear the head is always very happy. Sorry, not happy, very heavy. So yeah, a lot of work has been done. We are just not talking about the hospitals in the cities, but we are, the entire discussion was revolving around how to make, one is the experience better, which in a bigger cities with the help of technology, and second thing is how to give people experience which are underprivileged from a point of view of having a basic access to the hospitals or to the basic healthcare need, in which we spoke about telemedicine, teleconsultation. Yes, we are at an nascent stage, but I think every step taken in this direction is a victory for us. As a government, we are doing a lot of things in our through the National Health Authority, and probably Manisha could speak in a length on that, with the help of Ayushman Bharat Digital Health Mission, further boiling down to ABA. Then we are talking about UHI having a unified health interface, wherein we could provide, once you have an account, you could get your pharmacy, you can get your teleconsultation, you can have your electronic health record which is movable from one place and another place. And I think so, considering this, government also passed on a bill recently, and August 23, I think so, Data Privacy and Data Protection Act is also in place. So there is a lot of things which are going on, and many people joined this mission, they leave. I think so that was also a kind of a stop which came last year, wherein a very high profile think tank from Bangalore, who was actually supporting the complete mission of digital health mission of our country, moved out, who actually created UPI for our country, and that's where it slowed down. We also talk about, under deep, Data Protection and Privacy Act, the team is going to be just there for 2 years. So people are thinking, if this team is going to change every 2 years, like in any organization, where is the vision? Where is the follow-up? How we are going to build up? So we are surrounded by many things at a very governing level, and in moving forward, I think so there will be answers to all the questions with the help of all of you who are here, who are there outside, who care for the health, and health is a basic right of every individual. We are still struggling whether it's a state or central, whether it's a private or a government, who is going to direct, who is going to bell the cat, who is going to be a provider. So all these questions are there. Let's move on to another very interesting point, which will be very close to most of the people who are here, the panelists and the people there, is the patient safety. So how technology enables the patient safety and outcome? Probably any one of you could.
So as mentioned, Dr. Mudit mentioned that it is difficult for technology to miss on a particular aspect which can be missed upon by a human being. So during COVID, radiologists were pretty busy. So artificial intelligence has been incorporated in interpretation of imaging, not only in radiology but even in pathology. And in radiology, the technology is giving us differential diagnosis, which obviously a radiologist has to finalize upon. and it's a subjective discipline. Radiology is a subjective branch, so it is very easy for two radiologists to differ, rather they may have a difference of opinion on the interpretation. So the AI can give you say 5 differential diagnoses, and the radiologist can pinpoint out of those 5 based on the clinical correlation that this is the particular diagnosis. So there itself the safety aspects comes into picture. That is one example of technology helping us with the patient safety aspect. And then we spoke about wearable tech. So Dr. Rai mentioned about remote monitoring. So there are certain ailments which require monitoring, continuous monitoring of your vitals. And even inside the hospital, though the nurse-patient ratios in the best hospitals may be 1:4, still the nurse has to do a lot of documentation and a lot of other non-clinical work also at times, which does not allow her to spare enough time by the patient bedside. So with this wearable tech or with the sensors which are equipped, the patient vitals can be monitored, and there are solutions which can have inherent alarms with upper and lower limits, which can alert the medical and paramedical staff to attend to the patients, and early warning signs can be used to trigger the rapid response teams to prevent the code blues from happening. That's my take on it.
Thanks, Tushar. Organizer just told me that we need to wrap it up quickly. So rather than going all the questions to everyone, remaining 2 questions I'll ask. Probably Dr. Mudit, you can answer this question. Is digital healthcare a branding or a business model? So you get VC, venture capitalists, private equities, pour in, then you sell it, move out. Is it a business model or it's a branding exercise?
So I don't see differentiation in terms of healthcare delivery models versus, because I don't see them in contrast to each other. I think at the end of the day, when you're talking about any healthcare facility being available, you need to talk about it. And when you're talking about it, it becomes a part of branding exercise. The only thing is that each one of us as a healthcare provider starts talking it in the way they want to. I can have a Cloud9 for a mother and delivery. Other one would come and do a Cuddles. I'll do a Cure. So everyone, and the Fortis comes with a Nest. But at the end of the day, what are we talking about? We're talking about safe delivery, premium birthing experience. Is this what we are talking about? It gets branded into a different notion, and that branding becomes more of a corporate exercise, more from a financial perspective, which we are talking about. I think but none of them are in collision to each other from the point of view of delivering healthcare. As a clinician, if I'm talking about, definitely not. From an operator in terms of I run a business, in terms of a chain of hospitals, I would definitely say my product is better than yours. I get 5 balloons, you give only 3 balloons to your patient. And that's what we all fight for at the end of the day. So that's a very different exercise, and I think from that perspective, it's not at all into a kind of conflict of interest from the terminologies we use.
Okay, well taken. It is, you are saying it's a solution, but also it's a positioning activity also.
I think it's more of a complementing exercises. It's just how you talk about it. My brother is my brother, but when he goes to the school, he has a name. At home, he has a different name. When my aunt calls him, it's a different name. But at the end of the day, relationship doesn't change amongst us.
Lovely. That's really nice. Yeah. So we'll move on to the next question, and this probably is free for you all. We have been talking about healthcare delivery channel. How about MVT, medical value travel, if anybody would like to comment on that?
Medical value travel is definitely, it has its pros and cons both. Basically, it is cost effective for country, people who are traveling here. Quality, again, India has done its best. So people who are traveling to this part of the country also have the benefit of cost. Only thing, con is that they should understand the legalities which is there in their country and here. For example, we don't have euthanasia here. So a very bad, very sick person we do not have. So there are both pros and cons, and it's a lot of beneficial thing that happens when there is a medical value travel.
Just wanted to add to it, government is doing a lot of efforts for promoting MVT in the country, and they themselves has a Heal in India and Heal by India campaign, and for that there is a single window portal provided. There are more than 1,600, I think, hospitals, NABH accredited hospitals onboarded to Heal in India portal, where they're providing medical services to the foreign citizens who want to come and get treated in India. I think the portal helps them to upload their history, medical history, identify the care provider. They also get an assistance from the entities out there. They get visa processing also done through the same portal. So it made the whole process and the experience easier. This is also one of the unique healthcare delivery channel that is emerging, and I think we should appreciate it and try to utilize it as much as possible.
I'll just take a minute on that, Vinod. So, just a minute. So, I'll just add to this, and my
Anytime
take
you
on...
request me, I get a guilt. It's not me. It's somebody sitting there told me that you need to wrap up.
Sorry, Suresh. So, we'll have to search out for Suresh and tell him, Suresh, we're going to take a minute, that's all. So, my take on this is slightly different in terms of what the panelists felt, and I don't see medical value travel only happening internationally. If you look at within India, there's a huge amount of travel which happens indigenously for people traveling from northeast to, I remember times even till now, Calcutta used to travel down to Hyderabad and Bangalore and Chennai. Even today, if you talk about transplant destination, people prefer to go to Chennai for transplant destinations. And of course, Chennai takes the major chunk of the international medical tourism which comes to India, followed closely by Delhi now, and then comes Bangalore and Bombay. Bombay comes far lower in terms of that. So if you're looking from that perspective, I think the contribution of Indian patients themselves who travel within country has a huge amount of contribution to the corporate hospitals or to the public healthcare hospitals in terms of the travel. Value travel may not always translate into a foreign, patients traveling in. It's within India also you have huge disparity of healthcare provisioning, which is creating this migration which is happening there. And I think a lot of it is happening in the current scenario. I've seen, like in the IVF field, we used to have patients who would, we were earlier told that patients would never like to get themselves treated for IVF within the same geography, within the same area. They would like to go travel to a different place. They want a huge amount of secrecy around it. But today I see a huge, paradigm shift among the thought process of IVF. It's now being discussed openly. It's being discussed. We see young, professionals walking in and saying, we are planning our life. We don't want the child right now. Can you freeze our eggs, or can you freeze this for us and we'll come back to you after some time? So there's a huge shift and paradigm shift which is in the terms of how the whole healthcare is being delivered to a certain extent. And people are talking about it openly. People do not travel to Calcutta to Hyderabad anymore or Bangalore anymore because there are better centers which are talking about and giving. Of course, I still feel Northeast is still deprived and there have to be some good centers there, except for Assam. I knew a few centers which are doing some good work. After that, it just boils down to Calcutta. So there is a huge opportunity there. At one point of time, Dhaka used to travel down to India, but today I find people from Calcutta traveling to Dhaka, Apollo and getting themselves treated. The cost is cheaper, the treatment is pretty good. So this migration which is happening is mainly on account of disparity within the available services, and I think if that can be compensated, which is partly being fueled right now by private equity or private entrepreneurs who are coming and fueling the healthcare growth, apart from the government efforts which they mentioned, this can be taken care of. Of course, Africa moving here, I don't think so Africa is moving that fast anymore. Currently, Apollos, Medantas, Fortises, they are going in Africa and establishing themselves. I don't see this happening on a long-term basis, whether it's Abu Dhabi, Middle East moving in here. No, not happening on a long-term basis. This will be assembling out, it will be moving to a more of a level of, competency moving to that place. Hospitals getting established, it will sooner or later move out. The only way the edge would be who's getting a better technology and faster treatment, and that would determine the migration at a higher echelon, but not in the routine ones. Maybe a difference of opinion, I'm sorry on that, but that's what I felt too.
Thank you. I just recalled, language is going to be another barrier for this, where we have to really cut on, because even within domestic or international, knowing the language or understanding is one of the difficulty because of which a lot of travel doesn't happen.
I think so a lot of answers lies with Facebook. You talk in front of your phone, you open your Facebook, you will get an advertisement of the same thing. so we can learn from them. Anyway, yes, the government is doing a lot of things on MVT. MVT is not only for a medical value travel for a patient's point of view, it is also about a lot of medical fraternity can also travel there. So that's a portal which takes care of your logistic. It helps your healthcare facilitator. It also helps in terms of because India also gives a lot of expertise abroad. You know, we send a lot of doctors abroad who are practicing in various countries. Last month, Government of India has launched this website, which is a state of art, wherein people can interact. People, the providers and the seekers both can interact, and the great value addition can happen for the country. On a lighter note, from a business point of view, currently the RPOP is dropping in country. Maybe medical value could be answer for your better RPOP, which is average revenue per occupied bed. So anyway, I think so. I could see, I could feel something towards my right hand side. So he is already there. So we will stop our Okay, fine. So what we will do? We will have a last question, because we have a very eminent panelist with us, Manisha, and she could talk on that, and then probably we'll open the forum if you all want to ask few questions. The question could be: is digital? What are the challenges in integrating digital healthcare solutions in existing healthcare system? We spoke about interportability and everything, so you are the better person to talk on that.
Sure. So I think challenges we have all talked about, the interoperability problem, then identifying a pharmacy nearby, understanding, locating a healthcare facility, trying to connect, get access to the rural area, right? So what would be the solution? Rather, I would talk about the solution and what's happening currently. Is what was talked in the last panel for designing a hospital, that you need to have a very good planning and a good architecture, right? The same thing is required for using this different innovative delivery channels of healthcare and connecting all the hospitals together, sharing data, having the interoperability. So what you really want is, you are imagining the integrated digital health ecosystem of the country. And for that you need a good backbone, you need a good architecture, and that has to be sustainable, supported. That's what is happening through National Digital Health Mission, which is also now called as Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, in which the different basic building blocks, the backbones are being created, whether you call as patient registry, as Aadhaar cards being given to all the patients, provider registry, you have HPR, you have the facility registry, HFR, where all the hospitals are registered, and so in future the pharmacies are also going to come in picture, where you can then use this basic building blocks. And then there is a health information exchange. There are standards where it's being said that if you want to share health records for continuum of care, this is how you need to structure it, what solution you use, how you are using, what technology, whether it is Java, .NET, you are using AI or whatsoever, what kind of database. But when you're sharing, you need to have it in this format. Through this channel, it is secured, patient-centric, consent-based, takes care of all the regulations and the requirements, and then the data is available across. So this is what is Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission is all about. And on top of it, then you have called UHI, Unique Health Information Health Interface, where you can then think of developing different services, whether it is service discovery, whether it is trying to utilize, do analytics or anything on top of it, with the information access available to you. So everything will be to the legitimate user, to the legitimate accessor, through patient's consent over this platform. Now coming to interoperability point also, I would like to touch upon, I know it's very complex. The interoperability itself is complex. You need to put in resources, start integrating standards, or either you develop solution from the scratch, or you already existing solutions are there and you adopt standard. So for all of it, you need lot of support, knowledge for understanding the standards. Then you also need something called user training, awareness on what is good, what is not good, what are the do's and don'ts of implementing standards, how to use it. And for all of it, government has also set up a National Resource Center for EHR standards in India. That's been set up at CDAC Pune, and we all assist all the implementers, integrator to integrate standards, and we've been working closely for implementation of Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission also for again integration of standards in ABDM. There are few more initiatives happening. For example, standardization of National Health Claim Exchange is also planned and is under development and progress. So we will have slowly all of this, small puzzles getting joined and getting a bigger picture of having integrated healthcare solution or ecosystem in India.
Thank you, Manisha. Thanks for that orientation from a government point of view, what we are doing. As I said before, we would open forum for questions. If you all have some questions, you all can ask the panelists. We'll be more than happy to answer. And if you have a question to a specific person, you can tell, you can take the name or you can generally ask the panel.
Basically this is a question for panelists, because I have been through morning and I found that everybody is talking very relevant talk. In fact, for me it is a very eventful day, a very interesting fact to share to other people. We talked about everything now, NPS driven strategy, because ultimately the goal is to have patient satisfaction. International, national, domestic, whatever we say, patient satisfaction is the ultimate goal. Whatever technology we are bringing it to get that knowledge. Now, if the ecosystem is accepted, means if the ecosystem is ready, the patient is aware, he is coming, the data is captured, then it is evaluated, and finally the NPS score is increasing. That is the aim. Where is India right now? Or it is divided into urban or rural? Where the corporate, where the semi-corporate hospitals are lying? Open to panelists.
I'll talk on both different. First I'll talk on a hospital point of view, and then I'll talk from a government. As a hospital, every hospital have their own mechanism to capture the net promoter score. That is what I think so you meant by NPS. Okay. And they have their own questionnaire. Some of them still fill it by hand. Some of them have taken a tab. Some of them gone on a mobile app. So it is a feasibility what they feel. Some of them have something called as guest relation executive. At some places nursing are still taking and cursing, saying that आप ये भी करने बोलते हो, हमारा nursing का major काम है. So it is not compulsory for anybody. It is taken by the management from a point of view of to understand what you have treated the patient, what is the feedback from the patient, and then it gets into, later on a surgical side infection, you call up people after a few days, try to understand, the area where the surgery was performed, how it is. So many hospitals are doing it. This is out of my experience. Is it a standard? No, it is not standard, but many hospitals have more or less following a standard which are coming from the accreditations authorities and some of the well-established hospitals, because you always look up to somebody who is doing very well and you try to imitate a copy because you feel that's the best thing. So that's how it is happening. Now second part, which is coming to the government, where are we in terms of government? Government architect is getting developed. We are at a very, very nascent stage. We are doing a lot of things as a government. And when we look at it as a healthcare professional, what they are doing, there are many places we are falling short. Now we are falling short, as I told you all before. As a government, we always had a focus on community health. We had a focus on infectious diseases. We had a focus on maternity health. We were dealing with tuberculosis and we were dealing with polios. So the architects was developed in a very, very different way because that was a focus. Now all of a sudden we say we are also hub of NCDs, all non-communicable diseases. People are dying at a very early age with the stroke, heart attacks and plenty of things. So we are at a very, very crucial level. Now to get all these things together is bit of a challenging thing, although we very ambitiously said in 2020, 15th August, that and we allocated budget also, roughly around 1600 crores for this Ayushman Bharat Digital Health Mission, and we are trying to do. What I see it is very, very fascinating, the journey, how it has happened in 3 years where we are. But if you ask me, there are a lot of things which need to be done. I just briefly mentioned there was a think tank which was working on it, which was a Bangalore based think tank which came in. They had a good reputation of taking people together. I think so it's a software product integration team which had a corporate as well as people from a development point of view and a government point of view who are working together. But it is not as easy like doing a UPI. UHI is very, very difficult. You need to, many of our panelists also said, you need to match the emotions of the patient, doctors, getting things together. You can have healthcare staff, there is a lot of resistance of change. Having all these things, but there is definitely a progress. I would urge you all to please visit the Ayushman Bharat website. There is a lot of progress which has happened. We may not find the website as flashy as any of the private hospitals or thing, because it is meant for because the turnover is huge. To give you an example, the progress today is, now it is for us to decide. The progress today is we have done 1 crore tokens under the Ayushman Bharat health account, what we call it as ABA. Now, if you ask me typically from a corporate point of view, I would say that is very less. You should have a target and you should achieve it. Just 1 crore in 3 years, that's not a big deal. You are talking about the 130 crores population. That's not. But if you look from where we started, man, that's an achievement. Of course, the focus, all these tokens have been generated more into the AIMS and the government hospital, but that's slowly and gradually, which Madam also addressed about the, the interoperability, how it could come there. So it would slowly and gradually come. The satisfaction ratio, I think so, currently we are asking too much from a government system point of view to look at NPS. That's something which can, you basically do it to take care of your basic healthcare need. Yeah,
so
probably
I think I would agree with him to a certain extent. The only point of, I think what actually pushes you to do an NPS, and that happens in private hospitals because they are driven by the motive of driving profits, which is mainly you are not getting any subsidy, no one is funding it. Here you have to come here, get more patients, get more value, and then how do you get more patients is by continuously doing a survey. Was I good? Was I not good? If I was good, I'll attract more patients. I'll get better Google review. So what's basically motivating you to do it is one of the key factors. How many government hospitals are motivated to provide this? Because they are getting a funding there. And I'm not critical of that. What I'm trying to say is, what is the factor involved? Interestingly, if you look at this NABH, how many government hospitals have NABH and how many private hospitals have NABH? You can go through the list. There's hardly about 20-25%. In fact, 10 years ago, if you go, there were 2 hospitals, and which was, I think, AIMS, one of the AIMS Nagpur, or among the first ones to get. Nagpur was the first as an NABH to get. So what I'm trying to say is that what drives or motivates, and I don't agree with this idea that the government doesn't take an initiative. When the government competes in the private sector, along with Indigo, along with Vistara, they have an Air India which sends you a letter at the end of the day and say, can you please send me a feedback on how my services were? So it's not that the government is not aware of it. Government is very much aware of it. It's basically who holds the majority of the field, and the majority of the field is still with private sector. But here the government controls all the patients over there, so they are not competing with them. It's not any exchequer. No one is governing that how much you are spending and what is the throughput. Air India, you have to post your results and then they say you are doing poorer than Indigo, you are doing poorer than this. You are in scrutiny. No one is talking about it. And I think a lot of it is being met, which Vinod was saying, is when a public-private partnership emerges. The moment that emerges, amalgamation of these two cultures happen. The private guy will start pushing the public sector saying, boss, I need to provide my funder with this kind of idea. And that's where this marriage happens, where you see that private buses, when they start working with roadways of the state government, they'll also give you one satisfaction, wo bhi ek biscuit ka packet de dega, ek coke de dega, ek juicy pakda dega, so that my patient is satisfied, agli baar meri bus mein baitho. And they've done it with the conductors, that if you get more number of people inside your bus, you will get 10 rupees incentive per ticket. So they are like, aa jao, tum bhi aa jao, tum bhi aa jao. So you see, it's an incentive model which actually drives you to do that. Unless you don't have a model, you will not be able to create that. The other bit is, of course, you have to educate the customer himself. And I think that is very, very important. Government has taken those initiatives when they started UPI, and we were talking about that. When we were talking about payment mechanisms or gateways, they educated the patients about it. The customers about it. Ki this is a UPI, this mein paisa ja sakta hai. Jeb Katri se Savdhan, and they all do these education series. So I think once this platform starts evolving, this education part will be integrated into that.
And just the last note, there is an incentive scheme also out there.
Because incentives works very well, and I think the government, rather than controlling, should act like a catalyst.
So I would request
you can only control what you have.
That's what is happening.
So I would request the organizers to incentivize us with our lunches now, I think.
Thank you so much.
And I think the NPS question was, there is no method of standardized formula. There is no method of kind of collecting it at one place and finding a final summation. So there will not be an answer to your question to any of the panelists out here.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yes, point taken. Thank you very much. We are due to paucity of time. We thank you very much for your questions and interactions. We want to encourage as much interaction as possible, but we are a little bit short of time. But thank you very much for your participation, and thank you to our panelists for sharing their experience with us.
Thanks a lot, guys. Thanks, Vinod.
We shall swiftly move on to the last discussion before lunch, which I'm sure Dr. Mudit is eagerly looking forward to. We have spoken a lot about emerging technologies like IOML, AI, machine learning itself. So I'm going to look at this a little bit closer under the microscope, and we have assembled a panel of speakers with vast experience, starting with Dr. Makrand Sawant, who is the Vice President of Information Technology at Sayantrai Hospitals. Dr. Chandramani, who is the Medical Coordinator of Administration at Jupiter Hospital, Pune. Please help me welcome also Mrs. Veelu Williams, who is the Group CIO of Grant Medical Foundation. Dr. Shilpa Waseed, who is the GM of Operations at Jahangir Hospital in Pune. And the moderator for this discussion is Mrs. Pallavi Jain, who is the co-founder and managing director of Krishna Diagnostics Limited.
Hi, good afternoon everyone. I'm sure we have grumbles in the stomach because it's more than lunchtime. People are here since morning. They've been discussing, they've been having value addition information sharing, and I know a lot of people are also in the mode of a sweet sleep afternoon, which usually Punekars are famous for. So I'm not going to take and make it lengthy, and going to make it a little more interactive, and that's what I want my amazing panelists here, that we don't want to, because we had such an amazing session before, and a lot of the topics what we are going to continue, I think it is going to be a continuation of the previous discussion, because it was all across the same digitization and everything. However, would like to add to what Muditji and the other panelists of the previous session said, that definitely when I was hearing them and pondering that public-private partnership has definitely made a huge difference in the ecosystem of healthcare. Specifically, when I sit here and represent Krishna Diagnostics, we are India's largest public-private partnership, spreading at 18 states, and it is good to see that in last couple of years the governance has changed a lot, which has been a huge positive change in the healthcare ecosystem, where transparency, reaching out to the last milestone, has become the aim and vision of our country and the government, which makes everyone feel proud that now quality healthcare is available at the doorsteps of the most untouched places of our country. So to start with this panel, I would, since I'm just next to you, Dr. Shilpa, I would want to ask you definitely, you know, we are talking about digitization of health data, and you know, all the previous panel also was discussing about it. So what do you foresee as the potential pitfalls, you know, for digitization of health data that should be addressed before, like you know, when we talk about moving ahead?
Thank you. The spotlight is definitely on us, because I think all of us want to finish it fast to have lunch. Good afternoon, everyone. Definitely digitization has got a lot of opportunities, which we have heard, I think, since the morning with Dr. Rajiv's talk also. But the challenges faced most importantly is the security, I would say cyber security issues that we can have with our digital health records. There's a lot of personal information that is stored with the hospitals. Because I'm purely talking about the healthcare. There's a lot of personal data in terms of what are the illnesses or their own KYC data which is there with the hospitals, which are definitely at a threat. So that's what we actually need to mitigate also. That could be one of the issues faced. Ms. Manisha also spoke about interoperability issues where seamless data exchange doesn't happen. And that's something which I was very happy to hear about the Ayushman Bharat as well as the digital health mission which is going to happen, where even I was talking to someone, I was saying that if we have a standardized format where we could exchange the data, it's not about being jealous of what the other hospital is doing across the road or in Pune or outside Pune, but if we could exchange this data, which will actually help in the patient care as well as improving the quality of the patients, is something which currently we don't have. And looking forward for that. Definitely one more thing is the ethical consideration which we should have. In one of the major pitfalls is lot of data is being used for secondary purposes. They've been used left, right, center for research. I really do not know if a consent has been taken from the patient, and what are the how long should we keep the data with the Data Protection Act coming in also, which my IT head keeps telling that we need to be very careful of the Data Protection Act, which has just come out in August 23. Can we really share the data for research purpose? We do take a generalized consent, but can we really do it? So these are certain issues that definitely we need to address.
Absolutely, and I think we are just at the tip of the iceberg. There's a lot which has to be added. Any of the other panelists who would like to add a little bit more on the question?
Yeah, I think as she has very clearly pointed out that you are holding a private data of someone and you are sharing it across platforms, and you really don't know where that data is getting shared and you don't have control about it. Specifically talking about sharing towards environments like cloud, right? So they are environments which are absolutely not under our control. So once it is shared out on the cloud, you really don't know who is the consumer of that data there. But at the end of the day, you are liable because you are the one who have taken that data from the individual, and you are supposed to protect that data. So these technologies, when we talk about sharing platforms, this is a key, I would say, a challenge that would be there, because somebody has taken the data, he has taken the consent, but that consent only remains for him to have that data, not any other entity. But when you are talking about shared platforms, you are actually required to share that data with other systems, but they don't have the consent to have that data. So this is definitely going to add some complexity in the legal provisions. If there is a data breach and that data breach happens to be because of the third party and not because of you, but still you are liable because you are the one who have taken the data from the end user.
Yeah, this point always concerns us, and specifically who are also, when even in the hospital or even in other sectors where there's a lot of data transfer, what happens through telemedicine or through teleradiology. This is always a concern. Also, as you mentioned that, there is no set timelines that how long this data has to be stored with the service provider, with the end. So if there's a patient walking in the hospital and you've done their scans or tests or treatment plans, how long do you have to store that? So this all is a huge thing, or needs to be worked on. But I'm sure with the first step taken in, there will be a time when this will be seamless. But as of now, it really looks all scattered and scary.
Good afternoon. I just wanted to add something more to the pitfalls. Whenever we talk about digitization, the first thing that a hospital should consider is, yes, digitization is expensive, it needs a lot of effort, and therefore the biggest pitfall is that helping you in some way or not. Not in terms of just ROI of money or commercials, but more in terms of performance, productivity, and how is it helping the patient. When you say you want to retain the data, it is not to be considered as a pitfall, more as a continuity of care, but how you secure it, how you store it, and if you can store it permanently, nothing like it. It will help eventually all the interoperability points that were taken up previously. So I think we should not consider all of these as pitfalls, but yes, if we think of digitization in terms of performance, productivity, and enhancements, the way they are needed, and if they are helping the hospital and the patient, then it is required. That investment is also necessary for digitization.
Good afternoon. So as you were talking about the pitfalls of digitization and these technologies, I would like to share just one small experience. I am from General Hospital Pune, and recently we rolled out a smart patch. That patch sticks onto your chest and another part of it sticks onto your arm, and it just takes all the readings. It monitors your pulse, the rhythms, the blood pressure, everything. So that smart patch, it is connected to Wi-Fi and it sends notifications to the doctors. Whenever your BP exceeds or goes below a certain level, it's a notification to your doctors. So all these smart technologies, they are also increasing the expectations of the patients. Of course, being from the service industry, we are bound to exceed their expectations, but when we adopt these things, their expectations are growing too large. For example, I was speaking to a patient and we were telling him कि अभी ऐसा होगा, आपको ये पैच दे देंगे, अगर आपका हार्ट रेट 130 के ऊपर जाता है तो आपके डॉक्टर को एक SMS चला जाएगा, आपके डॉक्टर को एक नोटिफिकेशन आ जाएगा. एंड द डॉक्टर पेशेंट आस्क्स मी, सर रात के 3 बजे अगर ऐसा होता है तो फिर क्या होगा, मेरे को डॉक्टर कॉल करेगा क्या? So patient expectation is also one of the pitfalls. Sometimes their expectations might be too high. That is just my opinion.
Yeah, of course. I mean, as Vilu ma'am addressed it, it all boils down to, you know, how deep down you want to go for patient satisfaction, how deep down you want to go to have an experience to every individual. And as you said, when we're talking about you know, the cities and metro and urban areas. However, in rural regions, you know, when I talk about a patient somewhere down the line in Kargil had to wait for about 2 days to just get his basic X-ray report. But because of digitization, because of teleradiology, now he gets the report into us, and at least he's now been able to get his treatment immediately. So as everyone mentioned here, that, you know, there are going to be the pluses and minuses for everything what we do. It's just how we take it and, you know, how we move about it. And going to the next question, just like a continuation to the first question, is like how essential, you know, what is the role of digital transformation in improving operation process, and of course what we just spoke about in patient experience. So Dr. Chandramani, if you can add light to it, and you know, because you were just sharing about patient experience and expectation.
Right.
So, you know, taking it forward from there.
So from the operations point of view, I believe now digitization is being incorporated into everything, be it booking the appointments or the treatment of the patient or the discharge processes. So starting with the appointment process, now even before a patient comes, I was speaking to a friend who is currently in US, he is an anesthesiologist. He was telling me कि मैं अपने hospital में जाना चाहता हूँ तो मेरे को घर से ही अपनी पार्किंग का स्लॉट बुक करना पड़ता है. So that is the level of digitization that we have come to. So this was about the US. Currently in India, I would say we are not that much into the digitization thing, but still we are picking up these smart technologies, the predictive analysis and machine learning. All these are coming up in a very big way.
So you would like to add, or?
Yeah, so I think digitalization would no longer be a choice. If you see what government is doing towards digital healthcare, it would soon be a norm, because without having the digital information, you cannot utilize all the platforms that government has been creating, and basically the subsidies and the benefits out of it also. And since the digitalization will happen, there would be a lot of data available with the hospitals or with the healthcare companies to consume and further
enhance the business on top of it. So a lot of insights will come with that data. Now the only part that remains is while collecting the data, how accurate is that data? If the data accuracy improves, then obviously the outcome of all the analysis, analytical tools will definitely be a benefit for the organization. But what I see is now we don't have to go and convince that we need to do digitization. Yeah. It is soon going to be a norm.
Absolutely, like with the platforms and with the government taking initiatives, and when we see Aadhaar being made mandatory, or Aadhaar card details to be taken for certain government hospital schemes, which is now a part of the process. So I'm sure what you said sounds good. You want to add anything, Dr. Shilpa?
Add something that we are doing at Jahangir Hospital with our software. Of course, there are so many new things that come in, and people want to please in the patients, as well as try and see that the quality of care as well as the time taken for delivering that particular care is improved. We have a system which is for which we've actually got a lot of awards also, like we have the Ola or the Uber of transport system, where the patient can access, or the nurse can access the porter systems through an app, and immediately the porter arrives and takes the patient to that particular destination, and once a call is completed, you just have to close the call. So this is something which has helped us in increasing the patient satisfaction at the operations level, because I'm dealing into operations. I'm adding on to the biosensor thing, the data analytics, as well as even these factors also help. Even the concierge system for even ordering food for a patient who is there, or the relative who is there in the hospital in a private room, or any other rooms, or even giving a complaint related to the AC or the maintenance related issues, also helps in improving the operations. So these are just few.
Commendable. I mean, I'm sure these are going to be experiences what patients are looking forward for in future, because what we see is even at the rural locations, or even where there are government facilities, what people want now is, in spite of there are a lot of free diagnostic schemes coming up with government, there have been experiences at the center level where, patient might come and tell you that, you may charge an XYZ amount, but, I want a good service. I want an experience. I don't want to have a waiting. I just want my appointment to be done, and I want to get my service done and go back with a happy smile. So I'm sure this is going to be adding value in the coming times. Mrs. Velu, I would like to ask you, what do you think that, how do data analytics and data integration, overall it is impacting specific to the healthcare industry and healthcare system?
Data analytics is a very, very important topic, because as I think some of the other panelists also said, it gives you a lot of insights, whether it is clinical insights, whether it is operational insights. It gives you a lot of insights into how your hospital is functioning today, and to what level the customer is getting the kind of care that he deserves, the kind of continuity of care, as well as in the current. Plus, data analytics will definitely grow to such an extent that big data, as you call it, one of the technologies, is giving you a lot of insights into predictive analytics for the future. It is giving you a lot of insights into, you can say, how we all talk about AI and ML, we all talk about deep learning, but what are we using it for? As Tata Teleservices showed as one use case, but if I want to drive adoption for an EMR in the hospital, let's say, today doctors are very reluctant to use the computer themselves, the senior consultants. Then there is a layer of registrars, then there is a layer of clinical assistants, and it comes down to a lot of effort from the IT side also to even make any of the levels to work for EMR, but we need that data. If that clinical data is not collected, that too in a structured manner, then data analytics will fall flat completely. So that is one of the areas that we need to look into. If this data was collected in the right manner, then of course, I'll use a cliched statement going on, data is gold for everybody. But when will that gold materializes? When you get the right data. So unless and until we collect the data through the core systems at the bottom, be it HIS, be it EMR, be it lab systems, be it radiology systems, we need to collect data in an integrated manner. That integration on the ground needs to be established properly, and then only data analytics on top of that will work. Whether then you use BI tools, you use anything on top, there are lots of options. But generating that data is the key for us in the hospital.
Absolutely. Anything you want to add, Dr. Chandramani or Dr. Makrand?
Just want to add to what ma'am said, that data needs to be correct and we need to know what to do out of the data. So I'm sure all of you, whenever a patient is registered at your hospital, we all collect the patient name, age, gender, phone number, address. But what are we going to do out of that address? Address is something, I'm going to tell you what we did with that address field. So that address field has a PIN code number, a 6-digit PIN code. As per the government, every area has a PIN code. So we extracted the list of all patients who come for nephrology department. They have kidney failure. We extracted the data of those people. In a previous hospital is what I am telling you about. We extracted the PIN codes out of those addresses. We plotted the PIN codes on the map. With those PIN codes, we could see कि कितने CKD के patients कहाँ से आ रहे हैं. And with that, we could plan new dialysis centers. So we just need to know how to use the data, and then everything is.
Absolutely. Anything you?
I think the use cases around AI is definitely going to increase. What I have seen is that all the traditional AIs that we were been using so far, they failed because lot of efforts from the user community, from the tech community went into learning, giving the learnings to the engine, because it is all basis on what is the input that you are giving to that model, and then what is the outcome that you are expecting. But with the latest technology of Gen AI, which is generative AI, I think this barrier is going to get crossed, because it is no longer dependent on training to the engine. It just pulls the data sets and data points that you are allowing it to extract, and then it creates on its own some data models and the outcomes which you have never thought of. So it can give you insights which you never thought of, and the accuracy will also improve with that, because it has a strong correlation engine. In talking in terms of clinical data, it can actually take clinical parameters and do correlation and give faster results as compared to any other traditional AI engines that we have seen.
Yeah, and just to add to what all of you mentioned is, definitely this is creating a small but a very large impact when it comes with working hand in hand with governments. I would like to just share an experience that when we are working with state governments, and most of the people think that working with government is really very difficult, but what my experience is if you have the right platform, if you're giving the right data out, and if you're working in a right manner, it is a beautiful experience. So now when we've created dashboard to the state governments, wherein with a click of a button the governance officer can see how many patients were done at the last milestone, at the PHC, what number of patients walked in, what was their age, what was their sex, what was the positive, whether it was a positive finding or no, preventing his identity. So we secure the identity and we secure the report, but the TAT time is also monitored to the dashboard. So at the end of the month, the government officer and I am on the same page, because at the click of the button, he knows how many cases I have done within the TAT time. So if I am beyond that time, then he minuses my money and I get my payment. Also, one more thing which added to what you said is, when we do these cases, and as you said, the mapping of that region. So in Rajasthan particularly, there was a case, where a certain small village had a lot of cases of dengue. So when there was a red flag on the dashboard, the government officials knew that, there can be a pandemic, and, there was a disaster management team sent. So prevention of that could also be taken care, because it's a real-time monitoring system. So as you mentioned before, that, how we use it and how we are making it available also makes a lot of difference. Moving on to the next question, I would like to ask is, what are the benefits of smart and connected technologies in ensuring a hospital runs smoothly and delivers uninterrupted care? So we have two of them, who are into the hospital operations. So, Dr. Shilpa, or, I would like you to take the question. Okay. Okay, Dr. Chandramani, you can take the question.
Okay, so the benefits in my opinion are increased efficiency and reduced costs. And also there can be better resource allocation if I have all this data.
Definitely agree with him, but adding to it is, of course, efficiency does increase, but on the flip side, we've also seen that a lot of NABH hospitals, we are all NABH accredited hospitals, where we do a lot of documentation, plus we need to do the digitization, because we have to move ahead with the times. So somewhere or the other, there's a lot of time actually lost. Again, I'm going to the pitfalls, I think, but there's a lot of time definitely lost during doing both the written as well as the digitization which is happening. So even though we talk about EMR, but frankly speaking, many of our hospitals are still not having this EMR, and it is not really that efficient because of whatever softwares we have.
Yeah, absolutely. Anything you would like to add?
Yeah, actually this is a very favorite topic of mine. The smart and connected, digitization is, you can say, twofold. One is that, yes, you get a continuity of data which is collected over a period of time, and whether the patient is in the hospital or whether the patient is at home, and whether you're doing home care or whether you're doing only hospital care, you need a continuity of care either which ways, and you get a continuous capture of that clinical data, which eventually helps the patient as well as the hospital. So if you really want to focus on the second part, which is the data analytics, then this data comes in very handy. It also helps the patient to be continually monitored. Okay, so if he is a critical patient or a geriatric patient or in whatever state, if you are giving him care from the home to the hospital back to the home, it makes a lot of difference. And if these smart devices are connected to every patient, not every patient, but to the patients, and if that data is collected in a very structured manner, but yes, there are downfalls also of it. I mean, not downfalls, but you can say pitfalls. You need bandwidth, you need internet connectivity, you need a lot of things to make this work well. But if this is managed, then it is very advantageous all around in a 360-degree manner.
Absolutely, and I can relate to what you were saying about the accreditation parts of documentation and of being on toes, because we being at a diagnostic center level, we also are on our toes, and even if we are in the government hospital and we have tied up with government institutions, we ensure that to maintain the quality, our centers are NABH accredited and NABL accredited, and we are the highest number of accredited centers within the government hospital. So I know it is such a tedious, and the radiologists have to be on their run continuously, so to make sure that the data, the documentation and everything is in place. But then definitely when you have the NABH accreditation certificate on the hospital wall, now people also understand that how this makes a difference in the quality of the deliverables. Dr. Makrand, I would want to ask this question, what potential do you think digitization holds for enhancing resilience in hospitals?
Yeah, I think, data will become the basis of whatever processes that we may put in place, because since digitization would be necessary, without data we cannot operate the hospital. So having the right data, securing the data, and then operating the hospital basis on that data would be the only going forward way that would be there, because if you don't have any manual process to substitute that data, then it would be a challenge to operate in itself. So I think that is the only key right now, having the data in place.
You want to add something, Dr. Chandramani?
To build up resilience, I think something like a CRM, customer relationship management software, can be looked upon. So it would help us increase the patient engagement, and we would be able to follow up a patient. Let's say there's a mother who delivers a baby in the hospital. I would need to know after 6 weeks that has the baby come here for immunization. So with the CRM software, we can track patients who need repeated follow-ups. If they are coming, well and good. If they are not coming, we can just always call them up. Hey, ma'am, you were supposed to come here for your appointment. Is there anything we can do? That increases our footfall, and that can help revive any hospital.
Yeah, sounds. Mrs. Velu, I just wanted to ask you that, what are the measures that we should take, while data sharing, in terms of course, we all are talking about the security, the information security, and of course, when it comes to medical data sharing, it is very, very sensitive, not only in terms of the data security, but also in India specifically, it is too much of emotional or, the society norms that, my medical data or what is wrong in my body should not be known to the others, kind of thing. So what do you think are the measures to be taken?
So security is another favorite topic of mine, though I'm not a CISO. See, when I look at security, when I speak about it, again, two things come to my mind. You mentioned that I don't want to expose my illnesses or my information to others. Honestly, in my 30 years in the IT industry, I have not seen patients in India, at least a majority of them, who are really bothered about this. No, it's not, it's surprising because unlike any other foreign country, this is not really happening in India. And it's sad because even hospitals don't really promote security the way it should be done. Because if you move around a hospital, either it is digitized or it is not digitized. I don't know, I've not seen many of the not digitized hospitals because I'm more from the digitized environment, being in IT. But what I've seen is how many people in the hospital, even when it is fully digitized, are really concerned about the security of the data. It is only IT, maybe because of the legalities or maybe because of the IT Act or whatever, we keep on hammering our users, please keep the data secure, or please don't share your passwords, or please don't. The insider threat in a hospital, as far as security is concerned, is way more than any security tools that we implement to keep external threats at bay. Honestly, in India, there is no external threat as much as people are making it out to be. More because, maybe a little bit late, in the very recent past, that yes, because data is gold again, people are trying to hack. But it is not the case because first of all, how many hospitals really have the data in the real usable form, in the form that you can actually share it out. There is also, if you see, let me take an example of maybe nursing, nothing, I don't know who all are here in the audience, but nursing, doctors, even patients, files are lying all over the hospital, at their desks, at the tables, at the, on the floors as in not on the ground, but on the patient floors, and people take printouts left, right and center and leave the printouts all over the place, and nobody actually bothers to see what confidential information is written on those papers and whether it really needs to be. We go and find, we audit, we say why is this paper lying here? So when we're talking about security of the data, first of all let us look at how confidential we want to keep our own data. How much of privacy do we want to implement? Because I can, as an IT head, I can get the best of security tools and implement them. That is not for insider threat. Yeah. There are nurses, doctors, and even sorry to say, consultants, if they are told about a legality, for example, that if you do not log in yourself and you do not enter this data, then we'll have to take a printout and you'll have to sit and sign. Imagine the state when a patient is getting discharged in a hospital and the doctor has to be called, sign this discharge summary before it goes out. Now, if I am asking that consultant to log in instead, and because I have unique logins, I have user rights, roles, everything, profiles are being set in the system, it becomes much more easier actually for the consultant to be free when he wants to be free. But unfortunately, what we see is that the consultant may give his user ID and password to his registrar and say, you log in my name. This is happening. It's not
Absolutely, absolutely.
And you log in my name and you sign it for when the printout is actually out, and we'll give the discharge summary. So what security are we really talking about is beyond me in a hospital. And we are really fighting against all sorts of odds to get that security in place.
I think she's completely a bang on. So I think each point said is so relevant, and we all could actually visualize the papers lying, and with government officers also when we speak that when we go and submit our bills, one side they're talking about we want everything digitized, we want everything online, everything ready, but when it comes at the end of the day, there are bundles of papers which you have to take in. The TRFs and everything, and they just lie. So I could actually visualize that. And anything you would want to add?
I just want to share a small incident. A couple of months back, I was interviewing a fresher MBA. So his CV had something that he had worked in a call center for a law firm. So I asked him, अरे तेरा तो healthcare का background है, तूने law firm में क्यों काम किया? कहता सर ये ना एक US का law firm है, एक पर्टिकुलर जियोग्राफी ही नेम्ड समथिंग इन यूएस. सर वहाँ पे जो लोग रहते हैं ना, हमारे पास उनके नंबर्स की लिस्ट होती है, हम उनको कॉल करते हैं, उनसे ये सिम्टम्स पूछते हैं. अगर ये सिम्टम्स हैं तो हम उनका सीटी स्कैन कराते हैं. अगर उसको मेसोथेलियोमा निकलता है ना, तो ये जो लॉ फर्म है, दे हैव ऑलरेडी वन अ केस कि उस एरिया में किसी को मेसोथेलियोमा होता है तो दैट फैक्ट्री इज रिस्पॉन्सिबल. सो द लॉ फर्म गेट्स सो एंड सो मनी एंड द पेशेंट गेट्स सो एंड सो मनी and I get so and so money. So that is how valuable your data is, and that is how important data security is.
Great. Coming back to you, Dr. Shilpa, we all are talking about smart hospitals. Everyone is in a race. What my hospital or what my organization can do something different. So what do you feel about, what is the definition you think about, and what a role a doctor, a patient, and the society and everything plays, and you being at the front of the hospital chain. So what do you want to add to this?
Yeah, we've been hearing the smart hospital since the morning, I think. So I think everyone would be knowing the definition by now. Starting from once a patient enters in, from the registration to the digital kiosk for viewing your lab reports, or even the automated bills. These are all the non-clinical aspects. On the clinical aspects, we've heard about EHR. EMR is one and EHR is another thing. The operations, of course, all these things are related to smart hospitals. But going forward, most importantly, what Mrs. Vilu said is, do we really have the infrastructure, and are we really ready to pay a price for it? It's something which I think most of the CEOs would have to look at. Then will our staff or the patients, the nursing, the doctors, the housekeeping, everyone, are they willing to get or go into that mode of a smart hospital? Or we do a simple example like printing of papers. We ourselves, we Indians, I would say, we ourselves do a lot of bookings online. But whenever we go for a flight, we would definitely take a printout of the ticket. So are we really smart? That's a question to be asked. We talk about so much of digitization, but for everything, even we have to go to a government hospital, government organization, everything we require a paper print. We still do it. We have it on our mobiles, but we still do it. So yeah, it is really smart to have have that tag of a smart hospital. But we have a long way to go, I would say.
Yeah, a little bit to differ now when we talk about people using digital tools in day-to-day lives, like you said. Now, in fact, people definitely want to travel hassle-free, and when you say with the Digi Yatra coming in at many places, people have started using it, and it has become so convenient that you don't have to show your iCard also now at the entry of the airport. Like if you've used Digi Yatra, you just walk in like, so it is, as you said, that are we smart? There have been changes. It is a big way, I should say, because we all sitting here, we are all, I think, used to the urban crowd, metros, cities. When I look at it and when I see somewhere, down the line at a very remote location in Northeast, at a tea plantation, imagine an X-ray technician who's been used to having been working on a CR system, which is the regular one, and now converting that into a digitization and sending the images through teleradiology. So that kind of makeshift and training is going on in the country. So it is going to take time to adapt technology, but slowly it is, because imagine catering to almost 6 lakh X-ray images per month with one organization. So I'm sure there are multiple such organizations who are doing teleradiology. But when I'm just talking about my company, we are doing about 7 lakh X-rays and about 3.5 lakh CT/MR. Only purely through teleradiology. And this is possible because of the adoption of technology at the grassroots level, where I'm present at Kargil, as I mentioned, I'm present at Assam, I'm present at Manipur, Meghalaya. From these locations, getting these images, then viewing by a technologist, and then going, and then without wasting time, the patient getting the report on his mobile. The change has begun. Of course, I know there's a lot of work which needs to be added, but with the time, with government taking initiatives, I'm sure it is going to happen. So I think I've already got a nod from Sunny sitting downstairs that now, if we don't wrap up. So instead of asking a question, I just want everyone sitting here to add something to like a wrap-up session. What do you feel about, the entire concept of, what we are talking about, data security, digitization, moving ahead, and seeing Bharat as a leader taking some steps, as we all know, in the various fields, and we are growing to be known as a country taking various different measures towards a positive side for the users.
I will like to add to the smart hospital concept. Yeah. So basically, smart hospital, as per my requirement, would be that I would be giving proactive care. So there is an hospital who is monitoring my health continuously, and they are suggesting me what are the do's and don'ts. If they are seeing some issue in the health parameters, they are guiding me and advising me to come to the hospital and get treatment done, rather than me getting into some adverse situation and then getting admitted into the hospital.
But to add to this, there's something very, it's funny that when somebody is telling you to do something additional when you're being monitored. We as Indians, when I talk about the kind of publicity, the negative publicity the media has created around the hospitals and the diagnostic specifically is, oh, you're telling me to do this something because you're going to get that extra money. So that thought process also needs to be taken into consideration, because, when you said that, you are having the data with you and you are opening the dialysis centers as per the requirement of that particular area, which will cater to. So similarly, when I know that the patient is having a CA history and they need a regular checkup, we've seen cases when the call center calls up to them that saying that, your checking is due, would you like us to send a phlebo? There have been instances where people say, अच्छा आप क्या ये भी monitor करते हो कि अब आप बताओगे हमें checkup कब करना है? So there are pros and cons to this also. So definitely it's a long way to go. Any closing remarks, Mr. Willow?
Actually, hospitals need to be digitized. Security is an absolutely important factor in this digitization. And lastly, interoperability, as Ms. Manisha also had mentioned earlier from CDAC. Manisha, I think her name is. Yeah. So interoperability is the way to go. Not only from an IT perspective, it is the way the world is working, and the choice remains in the patient's hands. Where the patient wants to go, he goes without having to carry paper. His data is available to him or her on his own consent basis, and it's available on the click of a button. But in all this to become successful, especially the interoperability part, bandwidth, internet connectivity is very necessary, especially in the rural areas. And if companies like Airtel and Jio and all these companies come together, I think that will be much better, but it is required. It's a mandatory requirement now to get connected.
Yeah. To add to this, what we've seen is bandwidth is now not a very big issue when it comes to, because now, yeah, but imagine a place like Rodu Rampur which has 6 months ice fall, but yet there is available resource there where the reporting can be done from Pune. The only thing is, because now every person, you will hardly find a very minimal population who does not have a smartphone, who's not there on when I'm talking about this, I'm talking it because I'm present in the most rural locations. So now the technicians or the staff or the people staying there, when they come to the center, they also says, इस पे आप आपका app download कर दीजिए, हमको report. तो हम टेस्ट करेंगे, because as mentioned in Himachal, the patient may walk down from the mountain, come get his scan done, get his test done, but doesn't want to sit there for 6 hours because before sunset he wants to go back to his particular home. But when he knows that on the app, once his analysis is done, diagnostic is done, it will be available on the phone, he's in a comfort zone. But as mentioned that yes, the way is long, and with collective, yes, with collective efforts from the government, from private sectors, from individuals, we look forward to a positive era. Anything you would like to add, Shilpa ma'am, or anything? So I think before you coming and nodding me again, we are wrapping it up, and if we'll be happy to take any questions. But I'm sure nobody wants to ask questions because everybody is really hungry, and I'm sure the organizers have yummy food outside. So I think we should wrap it up.
Thank you very much to our panelists. Can we please have a round of applause for our panelists for sharing, for opening our eyes. Thank you, and thank you to all our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, our final session for today is a short presentation. And we've spoken so much about smart hospitals, but are these hospitals sustainable? Do we need smart hospitals? And if we do, then are these sustainable? Or are we going to be stuck with a bunch of white elephants that will be difficult to maintain and eventually become obsolete and redundant? We don't want that, do we? So how do we ensure that the hospitals that we have are sustainable? To discuss this important topic in no more than 10 minutes, please help me welcome on stage Mr. Nitin, who is the Design Director of IMK Architects, for our final presentation for the conference today.
First of all, extremely sorry. I think because of me, you're supposed to wait for another 10 minutes. I am also extremely hungry, and I'm just waiting. I was just waiting to finish this off, but I feel
I am hungry and I am tired. I am exhausted with so much of knowledge that I got today. I feel that today we had so many eminent personalities who were talking about hospital, healthcare, and so much of information. Like, I have a 25-year career, and right from the start I've been realizing that, oh, I had learned this, oh, there is this problem, oh, everything that I had, it was a flashback for me. So the last half a day that I have gone through all this, there's a lot of information that was shared, lot of information that I have, lot of information that I have shared with other colleagues of mine and the client and the hospital administrators. So I don't want to take too much time of yours. I feel if you have the patience to bear for another 5-10 minutes, I had a 20-minute slot, but I am going to make it as fast as possible, and I am trying to see to it that I can finish it off, and I am only going to talk about, throughout the sessions we talked about how it starts right from the designer, it starts right from the client. When we start talking about the hospital, we need to talk about sustainability, we need to talk about what are the design principles. So I am only going to talk about how to implement it, or what we have done in a small way, whatever possible from our end, to keep those basic principles in place. So yeah, so I'm going to explain it through all the projects that we have done till date. Not all of them, I would say, some of them. One was from the initial speaker, our client, Mr. Yerodekar. So we did a hospital for him, for them in 2019. It was a 219-bed hospital called the Symbiosis University of Health and Research. So that hospital won us 3 awards. One was one was the London Surface Award, and then it recently won second runner-up in Vitruvian Awards and a Godrej Award. Now we lost to a international building called Uber headquarters in San Francisco. So I'll talk about those projects in a very quick manner. So main design principles of sustainability: natural ventilation, we all heard about from every speaker, minimizing cross-infection, patient-centric, effective use of technology. So how do we do that? If you go to all the other hospitals which were built age-old, it had only one side corridor. Why? Because it was taking in natural light. Air conditions were not there. It was not a mechanical system. So what was happening is we had taller ceilings, we had better light come in. The maintenance was less because of the basic infrastructure what was provided. So how that kind of a light, when it penetrates into each and every room, what difference it makes? The difference it makes is to the psychology of a person. If you are inside a hospital and in a department where there is no windows, you can make out that slowly it becomes too boring, or it becomes a little drowsy, in the sense you are not connected to the outside world. So imagine a patient who is inside the ICU is not in a good state, and subconscious or not in a very difficult period, he can't open his eyes and all. So imagine for 2-3 days he's continuously in that situation. How does he even come to know that how many days have gone by? There is no difference, because it is a natural artificial light. It's no natural light falling on him. Okay, so subconsciously it's not working. So imagine if you have a lighting system that has that changes as per the natural condition of the light. So that happens, that we try to do where there is no windows. Now imagine there is a window. So even if he is not opening his eyes, he can feel the light. He can feel that there is some window, there is some change in color of the day and light. So he starts reacting to it. So these kind of things are important when we design. So even in places like ICUs, we should ensure that we get natural light. So we do that by some basic principles. One is getting a courtyard in the center. So you don't make a glass box. You don't make a box which has all departments. You get a courtyard in the center, reduce the depth, make it around 10 meters or 8 meters or so with the corridor, so that light penetrates on either side. You ensure that even if you have an air conditioning system in the entire hospital, ensure that each room gets a daylight. Ensure that if the air conditioning system is not working, they can open the sliding window and still survive. What we experienced during COVID, like you go to a OPD and then they had to keep the doors open because the air conditioning system is not working. I think we have not thought about this thoroughly. So it's important that hospitals should be very flexible. It is not a hotel. It's a hospital. It's about do and die situation. So you need to design based on the requirement. It's not about luxury and ambience. Ambience comes when you want to make the patient feel better. So we design with reference to function, and we design with reference to ambience, a part of it. Also, like, we need to see the doctors should not come where the relatives are passing by. The service people should not come where the patients are there. So ensure that all the services is done in a way that is a separate segregated corridor. Not everybody comes in the same corridor. So how we plan a hospital is very, very important. Then levels of segregation, I think everybody talked about that. Then you make individual buildings in the hospital, have a segregation. So if you want, you can isolate a building, you can isolate a wing. So that gives you the flexibility of a project, in the sense, if there is if in case of COVID, you can segregate a building and have a separate entry and make it a isolated structure. So this is our project that I was talking about, which won the facade award. Here, one important thing. So I consider hospital like the longest living buildings, because once hospital is built, it's hardly broken or it is destructed. You will change a hotel, but you will not change a hospital. You will change other buildings, but hospital goes on. It's a need of the society. So you have to design hospital for at least 50 or 100 years. That is the mentality that we should have. Have it flexible, have it such a way that it will adhere to all the technical model technologies that will come in the future. You can easily incorporate it into the building, into the lives of the doctor fraternity, the patient, and the client. So this building, is built from the soil. We have made bricks from the site. We have sun-dried it on the site, and that's how this entire thing is sustainable. So less carbon footprint. Secondly, it has a very natural texture, and at the same time, it's faceted. So you at any given point of the day, it's like a shimmer facet on the facade of this building, and everywhere we have tried to use different jalis and all in that. So this is the concept of the building, with a courtyard at the center, having thinner limbs and a central courtyard with a central corridor. So whenever you come to a hospital, a simple block, you enter, you will see a courtyard, and the courtyard, around that courtyard is a corridor. Very easy for any person who doesn't understand signage, who doesn't understand anything, to orient themselves. It's very important in a hospital to orient themselves. We get confused. In a modern infrastructure. We get confused that it is too difficult to go around. But I feel if we can keep these things simple, it will be easy for us to maintain, it will be easy for the people to go through it and use it. So I'm just now flipping through. This is the courtyard what we designed. And also we talked about green. If you have landscape inside the building, what will happen is the bacteria will grow and there is fungus. So what we have done over here is that we have ensured that nobody walks on the soil. So there is a terrace garden above the first canopy that I showed. That was an entrance to the building. On top of that is a terrace garden, but nobody is accessing that. So you actually see the greenery, but you don't use it. So it's like biophilic in nature. Now you see the patient room, the sliding windows. So basically they can open it up, take natural light, natural ventilation whenever you require, and there is a grill so that they don't commit suicide. We were forced to add this because otherwise there's a tendency that people will commit suicide. So this is one more where you orient yourself with the corridor. Everywhere there is light coming in. So these are different types of designs that we had done with the brick. Keeping, I was told that 30%, 40% glass to brick ratio. So we try not to design it like a glass box. This is 30% wall to glass ratio. So it takes in a very less heat and it takes care of all the internal heat that is generating inside. Double walls, every area lit up. So these are some features of the building. This is one more. There was a video, I'm not showing you the video. This is a central courtyard of a rural health center. So here also we have ensured that everywhere we get natural light and ventilation into the building. So if you see, they are all thinner blocks, individual blocks. Light enters from all the sides and is a central courtyard. The courtyard brings in that freshness, biophilic thing, but at the same time they are not accessible. You can't walk on the soil, you can't walk on the grass. This is one more mother and child hospital that we are doing. This is an old existing building, how we are converting this. So there were many things to talk about, but I'll just only talk about like how a 70,000 square feet building is converted into a 230 bed hospital where we had to tuck in everybody. But what we used is like the central area, we tried to make it like a waiting area on the ground floor and put a covering on the top, made it into a terrace garden. So this is how we did. We made it in a terrace garden, and then how we got the natural when patients are seeing outside their window, they are seeing some greenery. At the same time, between the two structures, we are having some slots so that hot air will evacuate out from the space. So all these things, keeping in mind the fire systems and everything in place. So these are some thoughts that we have done regarding the project. This is how we are changing. This was the old one, and this is what we are doing. This is a mother and child hospital, so pediatric and gynac. This is one more hospital that we were doing, the same funda, but here the shape, somebody mentioned that, it begins right from the shape of the building or the shape of the plot. So how do you take care of plots when they are, or take care of the building when the plots are in a very awkward shape? So how we have designed and how we have created this. So there is a lot of thinking behind this, but I'll just go through some of the images. Like here's the same funda of having corridors around, taking in natural light, and also the rooms are naturally lit. So these are all videos, but I'll just go through. This is one more hospital we are doing. Now here, we are planning, this was the initial design of ours. Now I've been talking to the client and he wants to make it very flexible. First we designed in a different way, then he said that, Ayushman Bharat and things like that will happen. So you never know, like everybody there will be a there will be a premium and there will be a general class. So you have to be flexible. You have to see to it that tomorrow if the hospital doesn't function, what are you going to do with the structure? So trying to make it individual, trying to make it smaller and self-sustaining. So initially we tried to divide into 2 buildings. Then we tried to divide into 2 cores. Now we are trying to divide it into a general and a premium. So these are all the different ways where we bring in natural light and ventilation, but at the same time figure out how to design the buildings. Apart from this, of course, taking care of the healthcare people like doctors, nurses, staff. We have to give them that importance and we have to give them that design. So I would, everybody talked about, we should give them importance. How do you do that? Because whenever you are designing a hospital, the client will say, I want maximum number of beds. So you all people who are the stakeholders, you will have to insist to the main client that what is important and accordingly design it that way. So these are some of the examples of what we have done. So I think all the other things are you all are aware about, and I'm just going ahead and closing this. Thank you. Thank you everyone.
All good. Thank you very much. And so that, ladies and gentlemen, brings us to the conclusion of the 10th edition Healthcare 360 Summit. Thank you all so much for your time and attention with us this afternoon. And we look forward to seeing you again in the next edition of the Healthcare Summit, the 11th edition of the Healthcare 360 Summit. Thank you all very much. We will keep you posted about that. Before we all go and break for lunch, I would request everyone to please come towards the stage area. We'd like to do a quick group photograph and then we'll break for lunch. Thank you all very much.